Well, good evening, everyone. Here we are again. Welcome to day 4, the final night of the Northeastern Region's 4-day virtual convention, NERx. And we have another great lineup of clinics and layout tours for you. The Northeastern region encompasses all of New England, most of New York, parts of New Jersey, and Pennsylvania and the Eastern Canadian provinces. You can comment and ask questions about the clinics you're about to see in the comment and chat sections of YouTube and Facebook. And we'll do our best to get those questions to the clinician and get them answered for you at the end of each clinic. As with the first 3 nights, we will also present the winners of the model and photo contests, and we will highlight those who have earned achievement program certificates on their way to becoming a master model railroader. I hope you all have enjoyed the show so far. Now, let's start the show. Our first clinician lives in Shirley, New York, and has been active in model railroading for 25 years. His HO scale layout, the Stone Canyon Railroad, is a single deck freelance design set in the 1950s steam diesel transition era. The layout is 100% finished and has been hosting monthly operating sessions since 2013. We welcome Master Model Railroader John Faraka.
John? Hello, this is John Faraka. Welcome to my clinic. Hopefully everyone can see the screen at this point. So the clinic I'm going to present tonight is based on a city scene that I built for my layout. And I'm going to go through pretty much from start to finish. So the name of the clinic is Building Stone City Heights. Stone City Heights is a scene on my layout measuring approximately 10 feet long by 1.5 feet deep. There are 25 structures in the scene, as well as several building flats. Structures include kits from Downtown Deco, Walthers, and modular kits, DPM, City Classics, and also photo backdrop buildings from King Mill. The backdrop and sky and clouds were hand-painted. Most buildings have individual room lighting, and there are street lights as well. Several buildings have animated signs from Miller Engineering. I worked on the scene on and off for about a year and a half to plan, build, and install. The original layout plan did not include this scene. 6 years after I began building the layout, I was well into construction of the engine service facility. The rear backdrop of this area was a large empty space and was perfect for a city scene. I stopped construction of the ESF, and began planning the city scene as reaching this area would have been very difficult after the ESF was complete. All in all, I'm very happy with the finished scene. So this is a photo from 2008. About a year before I started building the city scene. So as you can see, there's a large empty area back here. This is the original location of the backdrop. And what I did to create the city scene is I pushed this backdrop back about 1.5 feet. And you'll see that in the next slide, the finished scene. So here's a completed scene. Engine service facility in the front here. And the city scene, which starts all the way on the left here and wraps around for about 10 feet. So where this stone wall currently is where the original backdrop was. And so, like I said, I pushed it back about 1.5 feet. Construction. Construction began with moving the existing backdrop about 1 foot further back. I installed custom aluminum support brackets to support the plywood base for the scene. Next, I installed about 12 feet of flexible stone retaining wall purchased from Scenic Express. The base of the scene is made from 3/4 inch plywood. 2 pieces were spliced together and cut to fit in between the backdrop and the stone wall. I previously built the majority of the structures for the scene and began placing them in various arrangements until I was satisfied with the overall layout. So you can see here in this upper photo where the stone wall is, that's where the original backdrop was. And then I had these brackets made that were screwed down to the layout, and that supports the plywood for the base for the city scene. And these tracks back here are East and West Main Line. This next track here is a passing siding, and this last track is a staging lead that goes back into my staging yard. And down here you can see I started just kind of laying these buildings in and just trying to get a feel for how I wanted the scene to look. After the structure and road placement was decided, I removed the plywood base from the layout and built the majority of the scene off the layout. This enabled me to work from all sides at a comfortable height. So this was kind of unique. I was able to take the entire base off and work on it off of the layout in a more comfortable fashion. And I probably spent 6 months or so in this arrangement here, building everything from street sidewalks. This is a dead track here, not powered, and then placing all the buildings and getting all the final placements, wiring, and so on. This photo shows an early version of the structure arrangement. The styrene streets are laid out, but not yet painted or weathered. Cutouts for drainage grates can be seen in the lower middle of the photo. So here I'm just getting started putting the streets down. Streets were made of styrene, and I'll delve into that a little bit later. All structures were painted and weathered well before installing in the finished scene. Painting was accomplished with a mix of rattle can, primer, and hand-brushed acrylics. Weathering is predominantly powdered pastels and India ink washes. Decals are a mix of wet and dry transfers. So here's another scene of an array of buildings, and they're set on a styrene base, which makes up for the base of the buildings and also the sidewalk and the lamp and some details like fire plugs. This photo shows the structure placement and roads nearly complete. The final touches would be ground cover and figure placement. The entire city scene sits about 4 inches above the mainline tracks. To hide the tracks below, I installed a flexible foam brick wall from Scenic Express. These walls come in 12-inch lengths and are designed to be interlocked for long walls. The wall was painted a light gray flat spray paint and weathered with India ink wash. If anyone used these walls, they're really nice. They're flexible. You can pretty much bend them into fairly tight curves, and they take paint well, and basically just glue down into the onto the base plywood. Plaster structures. These are several plaster kits from Downtown Deco in this scene. This photo shows Blair Avenue Part 2 kit. These kits have highly realistic brickwork and were fun to build. They were finished with acrylic paints and weathered with pastels. They all also have interior lighting. I really like these Downtown Deco kits. The detail and the brickwork is really amazing. They're fairly simple to put together, and they give you a fairly good amount of tips for painting and detailing. The other thing that was nice about these kits is one of them I received, and being that they're plaster, they're fairly fragile. One of the wall sections was broke, so I contacted, I believe his name is Randy Pepperick, and he just sent me out a new wall, no charge. So great kits to work with. Here's another plaster kit from Downtown Deco. This is called Adams Avenue Parts 1 and 3. The kits come with all the details shown in the photo except for figures. So they come with the awnings and little, cutouts for signs and whatnot. So they're very well detailed. Photographic structures. A variety of buildings in the scene are actually high quality photographs of actual buildings. They were purchased online from King Mill Enterprises, which are no longer available, for about $5 each. To make them more believable, I glued them to foam core bases about 2 inches deep. I also added roof details, billboards, and various other details to create the illusion of depth. These buildings are about 4 feet from the layout edge. To date, these buildings have fooled all but a few visitors to the layout. I did find a website called tracksideFlats.com that sell a pretty big variety of these types of photographs. I have a bunch of these in the scene, and they really added, for a fairly inexpensive price, really nice, what look like real detailed plastic buildings, but like I said, they rarely fool, or rarely does anybody think that they're actual photographs. Here's some more photographic structures. These are 3 buildings in this photo that were made from photographs. The building in the center was detailed with a fire escape kit from Walthers. So you can take these and add details, such as you see here. I added this fire escape and rooftop features. I've got a Santa Fe sign up here. And, again, for a few bucks, you can make a really nice building that's believable. Plastic buildings. There are a number of plastic background kits in the scene from Walthers and DPM City Classics. These were finished with acrylic paints and weathered with pastels. Most have window treatments and interior lighting. To enhance the structures, I added details such as roof vents, chimneys, billboards, water towers, and animated signs from Miller Engineering. So again, these are your standard Walthers type buildings. I did add a lot of details like window treatments, signs. I also blocked off interior rooms. I spent a lot of time building interior styrene walls and whatnot. So for lighting, you just don't have a couple of lights and you're lighting the entire building. I actually lit individual rooms to try to make it look more realistic. Spent a lot of time on these structures, on the interiors. Not that they're detailed in the interior, but just creating separate compartments for lighting. In addition to lighting, I added many details to the building, such as chimneys, roof vents, billboards, signs, water towers. Track in this photo is not powered. Other details such as pallets, barrels, and figures finish the scene. So again, here you can see I added roof details. Some of the buildings I put fine gray ballast down to simulate a gravel roof. And here are some other photographs that I'll get into on the next couple of slides for the backgrounds. Street and sidewalk construction. Streets and sidewalks were created using styrene sheet. For streets, I use 040 and a double layer of 060 for sidewalks. I first scribed in expansion joints and cracks into the styrene with a dental tool. Manhole covers, fire plugs, and drainage grates were then added. The streets and sidewalks were glued down with 5-minute epoxy. To simulate the asphalt streets, I painted them with a dark gray acrylics. The yellow lines were sprayed on using a template. The roads were weathered with light gray pastels. Sidewalks were painted with a concrete color acrylic and weathered with dark gray pastels. Curbs were created by simply scribing a deep line into the styrene. parallel to the sidewalk, and I used yellow acrylic paint for finishing. So again, here I used a double layer of 060, and that creates the height for the curb. And then I just simply scribed a line parallel to the street, and that gives the illusion of a separate strip here used for the curb. Street and building lighting. There are many building and street lights in the scene. I used 12-volt grain of wheat incandescent bulbs for buildings and Walther street lamps. To power all these lights, I use a self-adhesive 5/1000 of an inch thick copper bus adhered to the base along the back of the buildings. This bus runs down the full 10-foot length of the scene. I soldered building leads directly to the bus. The bus is connected to a dedicated 12-volt DC 5-amp power supply. So this was kind of a revolutionary idea that, well, I'm sure other people have used it, but one that I found made lighting this entire scene very, very simple. So this copper bus, again, it's very, very thin. Bought it from McMaster Car. That's a company that sells hundreds of thousands of items, all kinds of things. And it has a self-adhesive backing, so I just stuck it right down to the plywood. And then each building, the lighting is basically wire nutted to a feeder that is soldered to the bus. And so if I ever have to take a building off, I can just undo the wire nut and remove the building. Street lighting. This photo shows how I wired street lighting. The sidewalk and building base is made up of two 060 sheets of styrene. This was painted, weathered, and tested before gluing down to the base. Street lamp wiring was routed in grooves under the sidewalk and soldered to the copper bus. Street lamps are from Walthers. The extra wire leads that you see here are for building lighting. So again, I did the same technique for wiring street lights, street lamps. Just basically cut a groove into here and fed these wires underneath the sidewalk and soldered them right to the copper bus. Miller Engineering animated signs. I use various animated signs from Miller Engineering throughout the city. These signs are made from 10,000 thick electroluminescent material and are quite amazing. Each sign has up to 45 different patterns that can be easily changed with a switch on the controller. So obviously here's a night scene. You can see some of the individual lighted rooms in the buildings, and then there are various Miller Engineering signs. These were really cool, and they really give an animated life to the scene when it's all lit up. Each sign has its own controller. These are mounted behind the backdrop. I ran the control cable into each of the buildings that have a sign. The terminal board in the left photo distributes power to each of the controllers. Power is supplied through a converter that drops 12-volt DC to 4.5 volts DC. The converter can power up to 6 signs. So these are little control units that you purchase with the Miller Engineering sign, and they also sell basically a power supply that supplies the correct voltage. And you can see here there's a little pot here. It's actually a button, and you just push this button and you can toggle through all the different patterns that the animated signs do. Really, really cool stuff. The backdrop itself. The backdrop is constructed from 1/8 inch masonite, same as all the other backdrops on my layout. I sealed all the joints and screw heads with joint compound. The surface was primed with Kills primer, then painted with blue and white flat latex house paint, blended from top to bottom while still wet. Background buildings are a mix of photographs purchased from Scenic Express and Walthers. I cut out and discarded the existing sky and carefully adhere the remaining buildings to the backdrop with spray adhesive. I hand painted the clouds with white and gray acrylics. For further realism, I used pastels to simulate smoke from the smokestacks. So these photographs in the back are obviously actual photographs. Scenic Express sells a pretty big variety of these. There's plenty of other online sources that you can buy these, including from Bill Brown's Lark Products website. And I painstakingly cut these out, cut the sky out around all these little features, and it creates a pretty convincing depth of field for a scene that's only about a foot deep. Scenic elements. There are many scenic elements used in the city scene. Basic ground contours start with a layer of Sculptamold. This layer is painted with earth-colored flat latex paint. Then real dirt is immediately sifted onto the wet paint. When dry, this becomes the base for additional textures. For grass areas, I applied static grass in various heights and colors. Weeds and flowers are a mix of ground foam in different colors and textures. These textures are all held in place with diluted matte medium. So I use this technique, same technique I use on my entire layout. There's no terrain is truly flat, so I always put down a layer of Sculptamold and just to try to create a more realistic terrain. Some more information on scenery. Real dirt was used to simulate parking areas in front of these warehouses. I use Easy Line from Berkshire Junction to simulate power lines. Power poles are also from Walthers. Fine ground foam was applied to the tips of static grass to simulate flowers. These poles are your basic Walthers pole. I painted them a dark brown color, and you really can't see here, but I painted the insulators on the top a jade green. And one of the tricks that I use to easily create look of flowers is, well, I actually have two techniques. One is to lightly mist the static grass after it's dried with matte medium, and then just sprinkle on fine ground foam. The other technique I have is dry brushing acrylics onto the tips of the static grass. I do that in a lot of areas on the layout. I model late fall, so a lot of the grasses are kind of more on the brownish side, and I use that technique in other areas. Final photo here, just again showing the finished scene here. This is the main drag. And that's pretty much wraps it up. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, John, thank you. We have some questions.
Okay.
Are the signs preloaded with messages, or can they be customized?
No, the signs are all preloaded. As far as I know, you cannot customize them.
Okay, and I used Romeo to get bus lines. I wonder if he means Romex. 14 guard. Can we use thicker copper ground wire to wire the same way? Are there any safety concerns?
No, I mean, at this voltage and current, each one of the lamps draws about 50 milliamps. Now, back in 2008-9, when I built this, LEDs were kind of just coming out. So there wasn't a whole lot available to the hobby. So I used just regular incandescent. And if you look at the current capacities for certain gauge wires, it's far exceeds what where I'm drawing here with my scene.
All right. Why did you choose using incandescent bulbs over LEDs?
Well, I guess I kind of just answered that. Like I said, back in 2009, 2010, um, they weren't as readily available as they are today. I probably would have used LEDs. I do have some LEDs on my layout for lighting up some of my hidden staging area. But again, they just weren't as available back then as they are now.
All right. Have you ever gone back to areas of your layout that you originally called finished and redone them, and why?
Yeah, that's kind of a continuing thing now on the city scene. The answer to that is no. A few reasons. It's at this point, it's kind of difficult to get to. If I wanted to do any major changes, I'd probably have to use one of those creeper units that Micro Mark sells. Um, but other areas of the layout that you'll see later in my layout tour, I have gone back and redone some scenes, and that'll be a continuing theme here for me over the coming years. Number one, to maybe just change scenes that I'm maybe getting tired of, and number two, if I'm getting bored of not helping friends out on their layouts, and I always like to be building. Um, so yeah, I will continually modify scenes on the layout.
Mm-hmm. Nothing's ever truly done, is it?
That's right.
Do you use any reference material as inspiration for your work?
Um, well, for the city scene, I have a book. Um, I don't remember the author. It's called Building How to Build City Scenes, or it was put out by Mall Railroader. So I use that as a good reference for, basically spacing buildings apart and things like that. For other scenic areas, I do a lot of, I have a lot of mountain scenery on my layout. So I do I have gone online and printed photos of mountainous areas just to use as a reference for, color and shape.
Talking about backdrops and things, I'm at the stage in my own layout where I am working on getting backdrops started, and in the city areas, you've done a really nice job of combining printed and photos and background buildings and such. Do you have any tips for how to start that process? I'm
Um,
looking at
well,
some.
what I did is I went online and I looked at, there's a lot of um, companies that sell backdrops. So I went online and I looked at a lot of different backdrops and see what is available out there. I model the 50s, so obviously a modern city backdrop wouldn't work. Um, so I did do a lot of research in that until I finally found the ones that I liked. And as far as the placement of the buildings and all that, I just pretty much laid it out the way until it pleased me. I didn't really look at a lot of photos of city scenes or anything like that. Um, I kind of just came up with the plan and played around with it for a few months until I was satisfied with it.
Mhm. Let's see. Do you have a preference between plastic, or wood structures you build, and why?
Well, it's a good question. I mean, for city buildings, obviously, there isn't a whole lot of wood uh, craftsman kits. So, and you can get a really good amount of variety from Walthers and DPM. DPM makes some really nice detailed fronts of buildings. And then with the downtown deco, you get that more gritty look, kind of not falling down, but, a much more gritty looking building. And as far as wood structures, yes, I've built plenty of craftsman kits and scratch built all my scratch built structures out of wood. So for more, non-city type buildings, I prefer craftsman kits.
Mhm. Let's see. Someone out there is asking, the copper tape with time, won't it unglue from the wood?
I haven't seen that yet, and honestly, if it does come up, it's really not an issue unless the two touch each other and then they'll short out. But actually, what I'm going to do after this is I'm going to see if I can take a look and see if it has come up. But so far, in roughly 10 years, I have not had any issues with it.
Mhm. Okay. That looks like that's it for the questions. Wait a minute, let's see. Yeah, that seems to be it. I want to thank you very much, John. It was a great look at your layout. And I certainly enjoyed it, and I'm sure everybody else did as well. You've done some fantastic work there, and something for us to all strive to get up to that level. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. We'll see you in a little bit.
Okay.
So, Martin, I thought we'll take this opportunity to have a bit of a chat about a few of the things that the team's been putting together to close out the year and let all the viewers know what we've got in store for them. So, why don't you give us a quick rundown what you've got planned for us for the next two shows?
Well, we've got a couple of things towards the end of the year. With we're going to have a New Year's Eve special, I think, which will be when we're actually going to be in the future, so we can go back and tell our friends in the UK and the USA what the future has to hold. And as normal, the Australians are going to be a full 12 months ahead of the Americans. So, you know, we'll be doing that. And I believe you're coming up this way on the day on that day as well, because I believe we're going to an op session at Mr. Mackey's place to run the Casino to Brisbane layout.
I believe we're going to get a few interviews with some local modelers here and get a bit of footage for the operation session for the 27th show, I think it is, from memory.
That's correct. Yeah, we're going to do a couple of interviews while we're there. We might do a little bit of live streaming for the action while we're actually at the premise. So, but we'll do some videoing and we'll put together a few interviews. We've got Arthur, I think, is going to be running Northwest Control, so he's going to explain how he does all his little pinboard or his little whiteboard that he has there with all the different trains and how they run the layout and how we run an op session in Australia. And Jeff's going to be there, I believe, Jeff Burns. So we'll have a bit of a chat with Jeff and Darren.
Have to get Jeff on here. He's a really great modeler that hasn't actually presented a clinic yet. So maybe we can sweet talk him into it.
He's one of the silent ones that sit in the background that do absolutely brilliant modelling, and yeah, we've got to drag him out into the limelight and get him to do a couple of clinics. I think some of the other guys are working on him on that part, and I noticed the other day as well. Darren had a new phone, and he had really good internet and video, so we might have to get Darren to do a layout tour of Wattle Creek soon, I think, because that's a very quintessential Australian layout. So we've got a few new things up for the new year. We've got a couple of new concepts that people want to keep an eye out. We've more in the entertainment field. We're going to try our hand at a couple of quiz type shows, and a couple of other meet the type of shows as well. Instead of meet the MMR or meet the BOD, we're gonna bring in a couple of other departments and a couple of other people and have a couple of new meet the sections.
Well, that's all sounding interesting. So I guess now's the time to do a shameless plug. If this all sounds like something you just want to catch and not miss out on another minute of it, I guess now's the time to jump over to our YouTube channel and subscribe to it. Hit the bell icon so you can always get some notifications of when we're going live and upcoming shows. And likewise, do the same on Facebook. Jump over to the Facebook group or page and hit the follow on the page, and you'll get notified every time we're live. So do that, and Martin, we'll cut back to some slides and we'll get back into NERx shortly.
Yes, well, I'm sitting here, and it's a very warm day in Queensland today. It's about, I think it's at the moment, the old thermometer is saying it's 35, so I'd say we're in the high 80s, low 90s, but it's stinking. It's about 80% humidity out there at the moment, so I'm going to stay in the train shed all day and watch NERx. And I've got my old mate, my brand new air conditioner, pumping away in the corner there. So I think we should be right for the day.
Perfect. Thanks for joining me, Martin, promptly to run through what we've got coming up. But we'll get back to these slides and we might catch you later on in the show.
Oh, we'll be around.
All right, so Santa asked me to tell you, or to let you know that he got called back to the North Pole, and to remind you all to be real good so that you get lots of goodies on Christmas Day. So our next event coming up here is a layout tour of the Bingham Society of Model Engineers. This is a club that's dedicated to promoting the model railroading hobby in the Binghamton, New York area. The club was started in 1977 and consists of 8 members, all of whom are NMRA members. The BSME is loosely based in the transition era of steam to diesel. So let's take a tour of the BSME. Whenever you're ready. Well, hello again. Thank you to the Binghamton Society of Model Engineers for that tour of their layout. And now let's get ready to move on to our next clinic. We have a member of the Nutmeg Division, NMRA, since 2013. He's the secretary of the Farmington Valley Railway Society and board member of the Canton Historical Museum. He's a retired training supervisor for Honeywell Fire Systems and models in HO. Let's welcome Jim Klein to give us a clinic on Neopixels.
Well, thank you very much. Good evening, everyone, and welcome. And we're going to discuss how to use Neopixels to illuminate model railroad structures. You might recognize this logo of the New York, New Haven, and Hartford Railroad. As you can see, it's part of the Farmington Valley Railway Society. We use that for the logo for the Farmington Valley Railway Society. As was mentioned, I'm secretary of the Farmington Valley Railway Society, and we model what once was part of the New Haven line circa 1900, and we shamelessly adopt that logo for our own. The Farmington Valley Railway Society is located in the Canton Historical Museum's building in Collinsville, Connecticut. We designed, constructed, and maintain a diorama for the museum that depicts the town of Collinsville, Connecticut during the peak of the Collins Axe Company. On the right is the Crown, Arm, and Hammer logo, which was the Collins Axe Company logo. The Collins Axe Company, they built, designed, manufactured all manner of edge tools, machetes, pikes, you name it. The triple trestle bridge that you see in the photograph actually crossed the mill pond formed when the Collins Axe Company placed a dam across the Farmington River to provide water power to operate the machinery. Today, only the piers remain, of the bridge remain. After 1955, when the hurricane came through and totally wiped them out. The Collins Axe Company ceased operation in the mid-60s, but many of the company buildings remain to this day. So, why is there a photograph of my kitchen here? When I retired, my wife and I downsized, and since nothing is ever perfect when you move, it was decided that the kitchen cabinets needed to be lighted. We looked at various options, and nothing really suited me. I don't care for fluorescence, and I'm very concerned for the amount of heat that a halogen hockey puck style of light that produces. I consider it to be a fire hazard, even though they're UL approved, etc. My wife and I looked at LEDs, but the cost seemed way too high. Whenever we go to a lighting store, they wanted $1 gazillion for these LED strips. So I went online and started surfing around, and I stumbled on a model railroad YouTube video that another railroad club put together showing how they illuminated their structures on their layout. And that club is the Oklahoma Model Railroad Association and Museum. The video that I'm referring to is, you can see it up there in the upper left-hand corner. That's not part of their normal splash page on their website, but you can go up to YouTube and search on Oklahoma Model Railroad or Neopixels, and that video will come up that I saw for the first time, where they explained how they were using Neopixels on their layout. So what I did, I've given this particular clinic several times over the past couple of years. And when I do it live and in person, I have a little diorama, a couple structures, a couple pieces of track, etc., that I carry with me into the clinic room, and I'll fire this up, and it gives you a very brief overview quickly of what Neopixels can do. So this particular video will show you all the different things that Neopixels can do. So let me just run that. It's very short. So this is primarily an HO scale, but those of you with an understanding of dimensions, et cetera, will notice that the level crossing, that's actually an O scale device there, or mast. And the idea is that I use the HO because that's what I model in, but the Neopixels are of a size. They're a little bit bigger than what you normally see for what you put in your engines for ditch lights, things like that, when you're wiring into a decoder. So the Neopixel is a little bit bigger physically in size, and the O scale, it fits perfectly for that. But you'll take notice that there's all sorts of things going on here. You have a couple of buildings, a level crossing, a aircraft avoidance strobe in the back. That all these things can be programmed on the fly as one completed entity. So the Neopixels are wired in serial fashion, and it's just one controller completing or performing all of these activations that you see here. So it's a really unique device, and we're going to talk about how I install them or how the club installs them, and in the inside structures, etc. So this is a Walthers station kit. And as you can see, it's decked out in a July 4th, very patriotic look, red, white, and blue. And the LEDs that we have installed in this building, they're at the portico. They're not two reds, two whites, and one blue. They're all the same part number. They're all the same LED. And you're able to change the colors basically through program, or not basically, but through programming, and it's all the same LED. So you have this ability to control all sorts of things in terms of color output and intensity. So one of the things that we found for the Farmington Valley Railway Society, we have just a huge amount of buildings. The diorama that you called us short glimpse of in my beginning remarks here, there's probably 300, maybe more buildings that are candidates for illumination. And one of the things that we found out once we started putting light inside the buildings, all of the imperfections come out immediately. They hit you right in the face. If you take a look at the center window there where the American flag is, now there's some glue or glazing that was allowed to gel on the window, and if you look closely you can see there's more and more things that come out. So if you are anticipating or thinking about putting in lighting for your structures, one of the things you have to be cognizant of is the fact that you will see any imperfections. Light leakage is another thing. If you take notice to the two doors, two entryways on either side, at the threshold, those doors are elevated by maybe a 30-second or so, but the light from inside that main passenger area is leaking out through the front. So all this stuff is are things that you need to consider as you're installing lighting inside of buildings, but it does make for a great effect. This is the rear of that station, and one of the things that really attracted me to the Neopixels is the fact that you have the ability to create different colors at different intensities. And if you take notice to the left, the Union Station itself has a very harsh, fluorescent looking, sterile, bright light, whereas the passenger platforms, they have a more subdued light, more of a yellowish tint. So you're able to program into your lighting scheme all manner of effects and colors to make it more prototypically correct. So they're all the same part number. That's something I need to really emphasize here. They're not different. We don't go out and get different Neopixels for different jobs. It's the same Neopixel, and then we just program them differently for the job we want them to perform. They're also low profile. That's the interesting thing about these. they're made in such a way and manufactured in such a way that they don't have a very tall profile at all. So you're able to apply these, in this particular case, to the underside of the passenger platform. And just as a point of interest, these two passenger platforms were made. Now, this is HO scale, but they were made using O scale boxcar roofs. In addition to the Collinsville diorama, the Farmington Valley Railway Society has a freelance club layout to the rear that models in the era from 1950 to 1970 New England, the steam to diesel transition era. The train station is part of that freelance layout. And if you come to the museum, you will obviously see the front diorama that depicts the X company in Collinsville in the first decade of the 1900s. But if someone from the club is there, you'll be able to come back and see the freelance layout as well. So as you can see, we have a stake body truck here. It looks like it has a front end suspension problem, and it's parked alongside a loading dock. And this is our industrial section. We call it the Showville section. And the factory windows and the dock lighting over the roof, they have a very natural look. The factory building in the background has Neopixels installed as well. And each floor is set up on a random schedule so that we can turn the floor lights on and off in order to simulate our occupancy. So if we take a look at this scene, it's a comparison of the same scene, but with the dock lighting changed to a higher intensity. It's a little bit more sterile, a little bit more stark, and it creates a realistic shadow through the stakes of the stake body truck. You can see the shadow of them on the concrete parking lot there in front of the loading dock. And what happened here, I was experimenting with different light levels of the layout room's lighting to see what effect it would have on the visitor experience and how a camera would react to the different lighting. As I mentioned earlier, the layout is in a public space, so we can't reduce the room light appreciably out of safety concerns. So that makes it a little bit problematic in trying to get things set up. But again, the beauty of Neopixels is that you're able to adjust their intensity and maintain that color light output in proportion to the intensity. So this photo was taken just before we finished the ground cover. I know it's a New England scene, but that wasn't meant to depict snow. So here's a shot of that entire end of the peninsula that is our Showville industrial section. And you can see that you have many possibilities for very dramatic effects. And how you adjust the light, one of the things that we found was that different interiors of buildings, whether they're scratch build or whether you kit bash or what have you, you may have different color of interior walls in your structures, and that is going to reflect the light. It's going to do things different. It's going to affect your light output of your Neopixels, or the reflected light from the output of your Neopixels. It's going to change it somewhat, and it may not be the exact hue or color temperature that you want. So in your programming, you can change things around to compensate for that. So how do we install? Well, as I said before, the Neopixel is a tiny device. There you see a US dime. It's worth a penny now, I guess. Anyway, the Neopixel is smaller than the size of a dime. And there's 3 wires that enter into the device and 3 wires that leave the device. We'll talk a little bit about that in a couple minutes. But it's a very small, excuse me, it's a very small device, very easy to work with. And when you purchase them, you can get them on Amazon. A sheet of 100 in a matrix, as you see here, 10 by 10, is about $17, $18, and $900 to ship it in through Prime. But you wire up the Neopixels, and there are score lines that are embedded in the top and bottom of the PC card, and you break them away like crackers, like you would a biscuit or what have you. This gives you a little bit better understanding and an idea of what they look like when they're all racked up in the 10 by 10 matrix. So what I do when I have to put together a building and install them, I'll run all the wire or do all the wiring first on one side of a column. And after I have all the wires in place for one column, then I'll break it away and continue on. It's easier that way than trying to do one individual pixel. So the takeaway here is to, if you're going to do this, the best way to wire these up is to leave them in the carrier, as you see here. Do your wiring while you have a nice big a large quantity of them to work with. It's a lot easier, even if you have a helping hand, third hand type of deal. It's easier to do it this way. So initially, what I would do is I would wire up a Neopixel and install it directly into the structure. That didn't work out very well, especially if after I experimented with it and put it back on the layout, powered it up, tried to adjust the lighting. Maybe I didn't have it in the space that I wanted it, or maybe it was all, whatever the case may be. It just made it a little bit more difficult to make changes. And in addition to that, because you have wiring that you have to install from Neopixel to Neopixel to Neopixel, you start becoming or having a little bit of a nightmare in terms of your wiring. So what I decided to do was I had some scrap wood. I also enjoy woodworking, so I had a lot of scrap wood in the workshop, and I just cut up some pieces, as you can see here, about 6 inches or so is a nice size for 3 Neopixels, and that's what I would use in, for instance, a building like the factories that you saw, where the stake body truck was. Those factories, a strip like this would handle illuminating one floor. Sometimes you'd have to do 4 Neopixels in a strip. The Walters Union Station, I have 2 strips in there where there's 9 Neopixels on each strip, but that's a bigger building though as well. But this worked out very well. So you would mount the Neopixels on the wood strip and then mount the wood strip into the ceiling of the structure of the room that you want to illuminate. Another trick that I learned, because when you do light the interior of the structure, everything inside the structure can now be seen. So I would use a coffee stirrer as a wire chase and install the wire chase into a corner of the building. That would camouflage it or hide it, fairly well, so that people couldn't see what was actually going on. Because if you're not careful, your wiring, if it starts getting to be kind of a Frankenstein affair, it's going to detract from what you're trying to accomplish in terms of illuminating the interior and getting that wow factor. I would use hot glue. That worked out very well. It grabs nicely. You can run it across wires like you see here in order to hold it in place, but it's also forgiving enough that you can pop that right off and start over and redo whatever you have to do. So this is a little merchant building that sits along the street, and it just shows or illustrates how I bring wires into and out of the building itself. I put a piece of shirt board or cardboard on the bottom of the structure, because if you're not anticipating lighting or putting lighting into your buildings, chances are your ground cover around your foundations is not going to hide any light leakage. So one of the ways to fix that is to just put on a bottom of your structures. You need a mouse hole, as you see here, in order to bring wires in and out. But by putting that piece of cardstock on the bottom of the building and gluing it in place, you now seal it, even though you may not have your structure seated nice and neat into the ground cover. You're going to take away, or you're going to eliminate a lot of problems that you might have with light leakage from foundations, and that does detract. So basic drawing here of what it is that the interior of a building looks like from a wiring standpoint. You've got a cable coming in, usually number 24, 26 wire gauge, that comes into the building. It picks up the strips in serial fashions, exits the building, and you move on to the next building. And just, we have two structures here in this drawing. This probably is kind of small for you to see, but the little controller that both the Oklahoma club used and I used in the very beginning was a controller called an Arduino style controller called a trinket. And that feeds the signal into the first structure, and the power is picked up from an external power supply, much the same way we do our buses for our track. So you have drops or feeds that periodically, as you get down the line of the Neopixels, it picks up power, but the signal is daisy chained one after the other through the Neopixels out of one structure into the next, and so on and so forth. This is what it looks like on our main street. This photograph was taken before we had that finished. We got stopped with the COVID thing because we couldn't get into the museum. It was closed down, et cetera. So we're starting back up again. Hopefully we'll be able to get this project finished. It's been a long time coming, but we've made certainly more progress than what you see here. But this is enough to show you what it looks like from the standpoint of when they're illuminated, how they look. Some things to notice is that the second building from the left, you can see the second floor. There is light photographing through. That's not opaque. It's translucent to some degree. So you need to paint the interior with a black finish or whatever the case may be, or drop the intensity down. So as I said before, I had a balancing act where I had to keep the light level in the structures up high enough, because our ambient light inside the room is high, because we can't bring, as much as we'd like to bring a nighttime scene into our diorama, we can't do it for safety reasons. So I had to jack up the intensity for the buildings. And as you can see, depending on the material in the building, you can get that photographic effect. Now, I will say this, the camera's eye is more sensitive than ours. So this photograph, while it doesn't look that great on that second floor for the second building there, when you're actually there looking at it, your eye really doesn't pick it up. So here's a look at the underside. Gives you an idea of how we daisy chain things around one after the other as the wiring comes in and it gets distributed down the street. So in order to do the pickups in terms of power for the feeds, what you have to do is put together a little jumper cable where you have a red and black wire, in this case, to pick up the 5 volts. They run off a 5-volt power supply. And as long as your buildings are next to each other in close proximity, the way you saw the merchant row there, that's great. But not all buildings are built or are situated right up against each other. So if you need to span some distance, then you make yourself a jumper cable like this. The connectors that we use are 3-pin connectors. They're available online through Amazon. You get 50 of them for something in the neighborhood of like $14 or $12, something like that. So you can, they're very, very inexpensive, and you can wire up an awful lot of buildings this way. But you do have to inject power periodically, depending on how many Neopixels you're running. The power will eventually drop off the further down the Neopixel string you get if you don't re-inject power into that string. So just another look. This building, as it turns out, is one of the buildings that was in the video. It was the building on the left-hand side, a little office building. It's got 4 rooms. And up in the upper left-hand corner, you can see where I took some corrugated and I just cut it out to the size that I needed to form a partition, top to bottom in the middle, and a floor for the first to second floor demarcation. And I was able to cut it such that I didn't have to glue it in. It was a nice interference fit and it pressed in very nicely. And here's the wiring for the 4 Neopixels that are going to be individually controlled for each one of the 4 rooms in that building. And then I start by doing the top floor first. All of our buildings are obviously already assembled. It makes it a little bit easier if you're doing this in conjunction with the assembly of a new building. But because we've been operating since the late 70s, a lot of these buildings are they're already made, so we have to work with what we have. So we install them. As you see here, in this particular kit, the roof was very thin material, and I had to put another piece of cardstock, glued it up tight against the what would be the ceiling in order to block light from coming through the roof. So I did that, installed the Neopixels, as you can see here on the strip, and now I'm getting ready to install the partition for the first floor. One of the things that I found early on is not assume that your wiring is going to be 100% correct and not test it before you put it on the layout. There were several buildings that I built and just in my shop, and yeah, if they work, that's fine, no problem. Go back out to the club, put them on the club layout, power them up, and we have some problems. So it's always best to do a test to make sure that everything is working properly. And this is a completed building. As I said, we have several different buildings that we use them on Merchants Row there. And this one literally fell apart in my hands, but it shows a different assembly technique for the lighting. So in order to do individual floors, it's necessary to make that out of cardboard, or you can use styrene, and I just use cardboard because it's cheap. And you wire everything together. Interference fit works great, but in this particular case, I had to put some tabs to hold everything in place while the glue set, or the hot glue set. And again, that cardstock on the bottom to keep the light from leaking out from underneath in the foundation. Really, really important. I'm starting to run out of time here, but this is one where we did an interior, and I want to show you what some of the things you have to think about for the interior. This was partially finished. I used Excel to make a floor. Just did every other black square for a Excel spreadsheet, printed it off, glued it to cardstock. Took a little piece of wood, made a counter, put a couple of individuals in there so we would have people in the store. And then I did trying to attempt to do what Woodland Scenics does with their lighting setup, which is very nice, by the way. They have some really good ideas. What I found, though, was to do that requires a lot of work. So making it modularized like this, in this particular case, turned out to be more work than I wanted to do, and I won't do that again, in all probability. But the point I'm trying to make here is, here in this particular, in Pete's Meat Market, you can see the problem. The glazing that's on that nice big beautiful picture window there just really fogs, or looks like a fog, and you can't see the detail that's inside. It works out okay because this particular building is in that Merchants Row that you saw where they were all interconnected together. But your eye from the other side of the peninsula is probably 5 feet away. So your chances are you're not going to see that detail anyway. So, and that's okay. But the point is, what you see, I believe Woodland Scenics recommends that you do this. I'm recommending that you do it as well. If you're going to have a scene inside an interior, do not put glazing in. Leave it open. That way people can immediately see inside. This is the shot of the interior of the station. You can see the light bars to the rear. Here they are assembled. I place them on some styrene bars to suspend them above the floor. And there's also, as you can see, a different style of Neopixel here that gets glued up underneath the canopy, and that's how we did the canopy lighting exterior to the building. And the 5 portico lights you can see here, lower center, that's the 5 Neopixels glued in pot light style, if you will. And that's the effect that you see. And that pretty much wraps me up. I went about a minute over. So let me unshare.
Well,
I think I stopped sharing.
thanks, Jim. That was quite a presentation. I enjoyed it, and I'm sure everybody else did. We have a few questions.
Okay.
Do these Neopixels come in different sizes?
Different sizes. The ones that I use, that's a question I'm not sure. I've only used the 21 WS21 82Bs. I believe they are the same physical size for that particular Neopixel. I have not used anything of a different size, so I don't know. I can't comment on that.
Okay. How many pixels can you have in one string?
The amount of Neopixels, a couple of things have to go on, have to happen. You have to have adequate power, and you have to have adequate computer power or controller power. In the Neopixel strings that we use, we can put 250 Neopixels in a string. The first controller that I showed you was a Trinket. It's an Arduino-like controller, and that is only capable of handling about 100 Neopixels. So you can have quite a few Neopixels. Now, for us at the Farmington Valley Railway Society, I have several boxes of controllers because we're going to be, as I said, 300 plus buildings. That station that you saw with the platforms, that used about, I think it's 42 Neopixels just for that station and platform system alone. So you can gobble up Neopixels fairly quickly when you're trying to do different things. So the short answer is 100 for that little controller and 250 for the Arduino Uno.
Okay. Do different color effects need to have different controllers?
No, that's the beauty of it. The as you saw with the video, you could see the level crossing. It had red. The strobe in the background, that was full bright white. The various interiors, the loading docks, they had different color temperatures. That was all being controlled simultaneously by one Arduino. So you could do things on the fly. They don't all have to be the same.
That sounds pretty cool. Now, how does each individual Neopixel know which color it needs to be?
Well, the controller does that, and if we rewind back to where we first started talking about the string, it's a serial string. It's daisy chain, one after the other. So the controller knows that the first Neopixel is the one it's going to talk to. It also knows that number 10 is downstream, and it is going to give that a unique code. It's going to stream that data in one big chunk all the way down the Neopixel string. And each one of the Neopixels has an address, just like your house address.
Okay, that now I understand that part of it, but that's very interesting. Do we have to know the address, or is that something that the controller figures out? Or
Well, there is, yes, you do have to know the address. The controller needs to know it in order, for instance, the level crossing that was doing the red lights. Okay, the controller needs to know that those two LEDs or those two Neopixels need to be alternated one after the other, with red only being illuminated. One of the things I didn't say, or I didn't mention, the Neopixel was composed of 3 individual Neopixels itself. It's excuse me, the Neopixel is composed of 3 individual LEDs: a red one, a green one, and a blue one. You take those 3 and turn them all on at the same time, same brightness, you're going to get white. Red and green sort of make yellow. Red and blue make a purple. I mean, so there's like a gazillion different color combinations. But internal to that Neopixel are these 3 LEDs that you're controlling with your Arduino code. So you're able to then tell that particular LED, or that particular Neopixel, this is what I want you to do. I want red to be at this level. I want green to be at this level. I want blue to be off, whatever the case may be. And it'll just sit there like a slave, and it'll do what you tell it to do.
so in the setup, I'm assuming then that the controller must step through what, each Neopixel one at a time to assign it an address.
Well, the address is a physical address. So the first Neopixel was the first one as seen by the microcontroller. Its neighbor downstream is the second, and its neighbor is third, and its neighbor is fourth, on and on and on, all the way out to 250. The code that you write, because they're right now, I don't know of any commercially available units that you can pick up off the shelf and go down to the train hobby shop and say, hey, I want to do structurally. So you have to write the code like I did, and say, okay, for this particular scene, I want, Neopixel 20 to be all green, whatever the case may be. That has to be in the code.
Okay. What is the current for each pixel?
The current for each pixel is 60 milliamps. Each one of the individual LEDs inside the pixel each draw 20 milliamps. So if you're doing nothing but red, for instance, well, you're only consuming 1/3 of the power current.
And what wire size did you say that you used?
Wire size is number 24, number 26, and we do that. You don't have to worry so much about the data line, power line. You do, but we keep it to a 24, 26 American wire gauge, so that it's easy to work with, and it doesn't look so heavy duty inside the building if you happen not to dress it off properly. So that's why you need periodic drops, just like we do for our track bus.
Where can I find programming information, or how do you program them?
Okay, the programming information is available online. The Arduino system has been around for, I don't know, I guess about 15 to 20 years, something like that. It was originally designed. It's an Italian product originally, and the idea was that it was going to be used to teach school kids programming. So it's developed a huge following among people who do robotics, all sorts of things, RC control, you name it. There are a ton of things. There was a clinic out in out last year. Yeah. What was the Northeast the clinic or the convention last year? It was in Syracuse. I couldn't think of Syracuse. Sorry, where you actually can set up a DCC system with an Arduino. You can make your own DCC controller. So there's just a huge library of things. You go up online, just search Arduino or anything like Neopixels, and there you will find all sorts of tutorials on how to program, how to get started. I'm doing some videos I'm putting together slowly but surely after doing clinics, etc., that get people started on doing Arduino as well. It's a lot of fun. And with the winter coming, why not, right?
How do you inject additional power? Just add a new supply and wire into the bus?
Yeah, you can do it that way. For the, as an example, for the Farmington Valley Railway Society, we have a 30 amp 5-volt supply that runs that peninsula in a couple other ancillary things. And one of the things the other thing that you can do too is install wall warts. You get a 5-volt wall wart. Maybe it's good for 4 or 5 amps. That'll take care of quite a few Neopixels. And then as you start running low on fuel, so to speak, you can plug another wall wart in further down if you don't want to go with a larger power supply.
Cool. How hard is it to dim the lights, and can you make them flicker?
Yep. As you saw there in the video, the lights, it's a matter of programming, and you just instruct that particular Neopixel that you want dimmed to be brought down to whatever level you like, and that's how you dim it. For flickering, or for instance, if you want to do a simulation of a TV on in a room somewhere, the arc welder, that's a form of flickering, if you will. So it's a matter of writing the code. And what happens when you write the code, you have to understand what flicker means. What do you mean by flicker? So for instance, the level crossing, it's a half second on, and then the other one's on a half second. So your code has to say for the left level crossing red lamp, I want that to be on for a half a second. When the half a second has expired, you then have to instruct this left lamp to turn off and instruct the right lamp to turn on for a half a second. And then you just repeat that. So you need to know what flicker means to you in order to write the program.
Mm-hmm. What were the most pixels you've used in a string?
250.
All right, and I think you mentioned a few minutes ago if they're all getting the same amount, they are white light, because I got a question here. What color do they show when you just turn the power on? So that would probably be white, right?
Well, actually, if they have not received that instruction from the controller, they will be dim. I mean, they'll be off. They won't be dim. They will be off. They will stay off until you tell them to turn on. So
Right,
it requires this. Go ahead.
You can't just plug one into a power supply and it would come on. Then it needs to control.
It may through a transient, but it's highly unlikely, because each one of the Neopixels, internally they have a little controller of their own. So when the Arduino instructs the Neopixel, it's actually depositing data in each one of the Neopixels. It's getting shifted downstream one after the other.
Very good. And then we have one final question, and I just have the answer for it right in front of me here. I think I saw an article on Neopixels recently. Was that by Jim? And where was it?
Oh, yeah, it was.
It's coming up backwards on my screen, but it's a coupler. And it was the April, June 2019.
Yeah, just a little while ago.
Yep.
So
I'll right here beside my computer because I've been looking at it.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun putting that together. Took a while, but it's a lot of fun. And I will close with one thing. It's great we have NERx and the various clinics and things like that. But as you know, it's very, very difficult to try and get people sometimes to say, okay, yeah, I'll do a clinic. And as a segue into Kaylee, who is our superintendent, the idea here is for us to share knowledge. So for those of you out there who haven't given a clinic, I strongly suggest that you consider giving a clinic. It works towards, or it counts towards, your AP program. And as I'm sure they're going to address, the hardest thing in this particular AP badge or certificate rather is keeping track of everything that you've done. And I'm guilty of that because I had totally forgotten about the article. So that's part of the things that you need for the AP program too. So if you can give a clinic, I would strongly suggest that you do.
Thanks for the plug on doing clinics. I couldn't have said it better myself.
You're welcome.
With all of the AP stuff, documentation is key. So you're right on that score. Well, Jim, thank you very much. It was a very interesting clinic. I learned a bunch of things, and I think I'm going to end up trying some of it.
Cool.
Because structures I'm working on, and I think that would be a cool way to be able to light them. So
yeah,
thank
it
you.
is.
All right, Brad, are we? Contest winners. The NMRA's Achievement Program encourages members to expand their skills and knowledge of model railroading by earning certificates in a number of different categories, such as rolling stock, structures, scenery, civil and electrical engineering, etc., dispatching, and service to the hobby. Once you've earned 7 certificates, then you become qualified as a master model railroader. Bill Brown is the chair for the region for the AP program, and then each division has its own chair. Ken May is the model contest chair, and Kaylee Zing is the photo contest chair. So the segment that we're going into now, Kaylee is going to introduce or to show the model and photo contest winners, and then we will have a short segment on the AP stuff. So Kaylee, whenever you're ready.
Alrighty. Thanks, Peter. That's right, folks. Tonight is the final installment. This is it, the Grand Poobah, the no longer the penultimate, but the ultimate awards ceremony for the winners of the photo and model contest. So let me once again start sharing my screen, entire screen, and get the PowerPoint running. All right, here we go. So we'll kick off with the model contest tonight. In the there's a typo. Wow, my first typo of the entire convention. Tonight it's going to be displaying the display or diorama category, and basically what this contest is about is not just displaying a singular model, but rather a diorama or a scene for a model. So in second place, we will start with tonight. That award goes to John Becker with Sullivan's Salvage. Very interesting little kit and a little scene of salvage yard, junkyard. Take your pick of your vocabulary. And it was beautifully put together. Very, very well interested thing to watch. And again, this is another one of those examples, Pete, where the more you look, the more you can find. And it wasn't provided me endless amounts of fun just looking at this picture, blowing it up and looking at it. And then finally, in first place, we have another fantastic entry for this contest, and that award goes to Jim Gore with his Pueblo stage at Tadovi. I think it's how it's pronounced. Totovi. Tadovi. Jim, you're gonna have to write into the Modeler's Life podcast and then yell at me at how I'm mispronouncing it. So, but Pablo stage at Tatavi, New Mexico by Jim Gore. Again, another fascinating photos, and I would highly encourage, if people haven't already done so, to go over to our website millcity2020.org and take a look at these photos, because unfortunately from my slides I'm only allowed to fit one pictures, but a lot of the contestants have provided multiple pictures that shows a lot more details, especially on the back of the building or the side of the building, as in this case and in the previous case. So congratulations to both Jim and Jeff or Jim and John for placing in the display slash diorama category. Okay, so going into the photo contest. The photo contest tonight, we have one category in this model black and white, but we also have a very unique category for photo, and that's the best in show. And what the best in show represents is basically the overall photo that outranks all the other photos in all the other categories. We look at them as a whole, and then whichever one scored the highest got the best in show award. So we'll start off with the model black and white, and we'll give an honorable mention to A Cool Evening by Jim Walsh. A very fascinating photo, lots of potential and lots of great opportunities that allowed it to get a honorable mention placement. And that leaves us to that final category for the entire contest. And that goes to the best in show photo goes to Jeff Giro for Promontory, Utah. And this was taken obviously during the bicentennial celebration of the Transcontinental Railroad last year. So very interesting, and it's really cool to see the how gilded the locomotives were back in the actually I guess it would be late 18th century, right? I think so. Yeah, how gilded the locomotives, how beautiful, how ornate that they were. So very well done, Jeff. So congratulations once again to John, Jim, and Jeff. We got the Jays going on tonight. We closed it off with the Jays, and tonight was also one of the first night where we actually have photos of everybody. So no milk cartons to go around this time. So yeah, in all sincerity, congratulations to you guys, and congratulations to the winners of our previous nights. You guys are very awe-inspiring. I really want to get going on my own stuff and submit, maybe even submit something into the model contest myself next year. So we also could not have done this contest without our judges. So many thanks are owed to on the model contest side: Bill Brown, MMR; Andy Claremont, MMR; Bob Ham, MMR; and Tom Oxford, MMR. And then also Ken May, too, who stepped in for judging on the structures category. As you remember last night, Tom Oxford did place second place in the structures category. And then on the photo contest side, we have Bob Peters, Doug Scott, and Mike Tylick. All these gentlemen took time out of their busy schedules and during the day to preview the contest entries, and then score and then tabulate the results. I also want to give a special thank you to Mike Tylick for organizing all of the photos and posting them onto the website, so allow you guys, the viewers, to kind of go through to our virtual contest room to take a look at the photos. Mike has spent a lot of time trying to put that together, and I really do appreciate it. And I know Ken is very appreciative as well. So with that, I also want to close with the contest with one final reminder, and that is, we want you, like I said last night, and all throughout the contest, right? Our judges had a tough time in making determining the winners of each category, and we really enjoy that. It was a lot of fun, and we really want you, as my personal plea, but also as from an NMRA standpoint, right, for your AP certificate or what have you, we want you to submit your models. We want you to submit your photographs, because we want you to make our lives difficult. We want you to make us agonize over a decision as to who the winner should be. And at the end of the day, even though we have some winners, everybody who submits to the contest is a winner. So thank you again for all those entries. Thank you to everyone who participated. Thank you to our judges. And Pete, I take it back to you.
Roger on that, Kaylee. Thank you very much. And our next portion here is a by Bill Brown, the slideshow by Bill Brown, doing the AP awards. So anytime you're ready on that, Brad. Okay. My next clinician started model railroading and rail fanning in 1992. He has been custom painting and adding lighting effects to locomotives since 2010. His areas of interest are railroads in the early to mid 1990s. His favorites include Conrail, Amtrak, commuter railroads, CN, and pre-private railways in Mexico. He is currently building a 20-foot by 6-foot model of a post-Conrail short line known as the Mitchellsville Branch. In addition to model railroading, John is a member of the Shoreline Trolley Museum, Long Island HO Track, and the Reading Railroad Historical and Technical Society. He resides in New York with his wife Lee and his crazy puppy Trudy. We welcome John Silhavy.
Hey, Pete,
John.
how are you? It's good to be here in prime time of model railroading, 8:30 on a Friday night. Good spot to be in. So how's everything in Boston?
Everything in Boston is just fine.
Okay, good.
Ready to batten down the hatches.
What's that?
I say we're getting ready to batten down the hatches.
Oh, and yeah, same here, same here. So once again, my name is John Silhavy. I model mainly the 90s, and I've been doing a lot of development work lately with custom painting and 3D printing. My title is in the Skunk Works. Skunk Works was the name that started with Lockheed Martin around World War II, was a special group of people that, okay, I think Trudy's done now. A special group of people that worked on special projects with radical innovation. So hopefully some of the ideas I'll be presenting tonight will be giving some radical innovations and some new things that can be done in the world of model railroading, particularly in the area of painting and 3D printing. So let's get started. Okay, part one is paint. So the problem, Flowquill, Polyscale, and Model Master are no longer being produced. So for those of us who custom paint, this really is a problem because we don't know what products to use. So we're basically back in the testing mode to figure out what products we can use. And the more those other brands go away, the harder colors are to get, and we're suddenly searching for alternatives. So I did a bunch of tests, and the clear winner is the Vallejo Model Color Acrylic, and using the Steinerl's Primer by Badger Airbrush. So here's just some pictures of the two products. This is the best combination, hands down. It goes on very smooth. You really can't tell, you know, there's no dribbling. If you have to make any corrections to it, you can lightly brush it on. The Steinerl's primer, well, here, let me just go to this before and after. You can see the total disaster show that was this Walthers -840B, and you can see what it looked like using both products. The striping came out beautiful. The black is very crisp, very sharp. The Steinerl's, which is kind of an interesting part about it, it actually is a polymer base. So when it goes and puts down the layers, it actually gives like a rubber coating to the model, which makes the paint stick to it. I mean, you can see how it rescued that other engine there. And, you know, it is a really great product. Badger Airbrush makes it, and highly recommend it to anybody. And the thing is also, if you have any pock marks or putty that's on your model that you need to cover over, the Steinerl's will take care of it for you. Another question that I've seen a lot online and in talking to people is, can you airbrush craft acrylics? And unfortunately, a lot of websites will say you have to thin the paint down to the consistency of milk, but unless you want to drink it, I don't know what the consistency of milk is. But the thing is, yes, you can airbrush craft acrylic. They're easily to get in Michael's or Hobby Lobby or many different art stores. But there are a number of conditions and things you have to do in order to make it work. It's not a universal standard that you could get any bottle of craft acrylic. There's certain things you have to do. So the two brands that I found worked are Folk Art and Deco Art Americana Craft Paint, and it has to be the one in bottles. You will need two 10 milliliter beakers. Sorry, you can get those on Amazon. 91% isopropyl alcohol or golden airbrush medium. Golden is actually the brand name, and then you'll need a mechanical paint mixer. Badger Airbrush makes one, and then also bar mixers that you can get, at any kitchen supply store will work just as well. So once again, here's the pictures of what you need. You can see that the paint comes in the bottles. They come in, looks like 10-ounce bottles. The isopropyl alcohol you can get at any pharmacy. And there's the golden airbrush medium. That product is sold at a lot of specialty art stores. So it may be difficult to find. I know in New York we have Blick, which sells it. Other specific art stores, you may have to go for that. And the beakers you can get on Amazon. Very important, do not use Craft Smart paint. That's probably the cheapest brand of craft acrylic. Don't use it. It doesn't mix well. And don't use the tubes of craft paint. The tubes are very thick. They're made for like poster painting. They will not mix. If you try to put a paint mixer into that craft acrylic, it will literally splatter all over the place. So just giving you a word of warning, don't do that. Okay, to use the folk art paint, now there is a difference between the folk art and the Art Deco Americana. So to use it, what you're going to do is you're going to pour 6 milliliters of 91% isopropyl alcohol or the golden airbrush medium into the first 10 milliliter beaker. Then you're going to pour 4 milliliters of the paint into the beaker. So you're doing 4 and 4 to make 8. And no, sorry, 6 and 4 rather, to do 10. Okay, you're going to mix that, and then you're going to pour it into your airbrush jar or your paint cup. Then in another beaker, you're going to add another 2 milliliters of either the alcohol or the airbrush medium to the mix, and then you're going to pour it in there, mix again, and then when you go to airbrush, it should work fine. For the Deco Art Americana, there is a difference. Only the golden airbrush medium can work. It will not work with the alcohol. It will not mix. So once again, you're pouring the 6 milliliters of the golden airbrush medium into the 10 milliliter beaker. Then you pour the 4 milliliters of paint into the beaker. You mix, pour it into your airbrush jar or paint cup. Add the additional 2 milliliters of airbrush medium to the mix from another beaker. Mix again and paint. Okay, just to show the results, this was the blue nose on the Dash 840B, and it's not the greatest picture. I have to apologize for that, but it's as smooth of a paint job as any other acrylic, the Vallejo or the old Model Master or Flowquill. And with that combination, by thinning it to that point of what's essentially 2 parts thinner to 1 part paint, or actually a little bit over, that basically will give you a nice thin paint that will go through the airbrush. Okay, this is some bonus content. This was not originally in the presentation, but it's something new that I developed that I want to talk about. It's about making a deluxe gold decal. So you can basically print decals with a laser printer, some inkjet printers. Anybody fortunate enough to still have a working Alps printer. It did have metallic gold, but those have been long out of production. The only printer I know that can print gold is about an $8,000 Roland printer. So if you're doing coach, the names of railroads over coaches, or anything else with metallic gold, this is a way that you can do it. It's actually a very simple way of doing things, but I figured I'd bring it out here. So you're going to need a number of things. So you're going to need either the Blick brand gold block printing ink or a similar brand. I know Speedball makes ink. There's a lot of different inks you can buy at any craft store. A roller, a craft cutter. These are like the Cricut or the Cameo or the Brother. There's a number of different brands available. They range anywhere between $60 to $200. You can get them almost at any craft supply store. It's basically a printer that instead of having ink has a blade and you can cut different items. There's the Cricut brand stencil vinyl, weeder, which is basically a dental pick, either or. The only difference between a weeder and a dental pick is one's about a $20 item, the other one you can get at a dollar store. The Micromark decal paper, the blue paper, heat gun, clear fixative, and transfer tape. Transfer tape is like a low-tack tape that you can get at a craft store as well. So making the deluxe gold decal. Using the craft cutter, cut out a stencil into the stencil vinyl. weed out the letters. So basically you're removing the letters except things that need to remain blank, like the inside of an O. So basically you're going to be putting the ink in the empty space. You're going to use the transfer tape to lift up the entire stencil, remove the backer, and then place it on the decal paper. You're going to place a small amount of ink on a piece of cardboard and roll the roller into it. Now, this is very important that you use a small amount of ink because it just spreads. So you don't want to have the ink kind of globbing up on the decal. It may, spill onto somewhere else, spill onto your table, whatever. You just want to use a little bit of amount. So then you're going to roll the ink into the stencil. And then about an hour later, you're going to remove the stencil and you're going to dry it with a heat gun. Okay, then you're going to let the decal dry overnight until the ink is not tacky. Once it's dry, you're going to spray with clear fixative, and then you'll apply like you would any other decal with decal solvent or decal setting solution, and you spray it over with gloss coat and clear coat. Here's the results. So once again, this is the same 840B. It's a private road name, Silco, and it is the metallic gold ink. And the one thing I was really surprised to find out is how durable the decal was. I thought it was going to crack for sure. And I found out they're a very strong, very durable decal. Matter of fact, to a point, I'm thinking when I'm doing striping decals, instead of just using the laser printer and printing the white layer with a ghost toner and then a color layer on top, I'm thinking of using this method instead. I'm even thinking of looking into full-on screen printing because I just can't believe the output on this decal. Okay, finally, for our third topic of the night, 3D printing from a scale drawing. Okay, so basically, I remember a long time ago, there used to be a product called brass car sides, and they were your more unusual cars that were not commonly made by model railroad manufacturers. And what you would do is you would take like a Concours body, you would cut the side out, and then you would glue in the brass car side. But I don't know if if that product is still made anymore. So now, in order to make some of that off the beaten path product, such as the Amtrak Bud Lounge series, these cars ran on Amtrak long distance trains up until the mid 90s. So when you have those really off the beaten path products, you may want to consider 3D printing. And if you take a scale drawing, you can get a lot of information. So just some background information. An 85-foot coach in HO scale is 285 millimeters. Now, 285 millimeters, most 3D printers will not print something that size, but some of them do. And some of the newer resin printers will print that size. But if you're looking at resin printers from Micromark, the one that's currently up there for sale now will only print something about half that size. So I looked at some diagrams and I found the Amtrak Bud Lounge diagram. I was drawn by Alex Stroshane, and I used it to get the window and door dimensions, and also the sides and the width and the height of the car itself. So I'm going to be making up 3D files that will be a blank coach template in which the user can add any door and window combination they want for 3D printing. And these files are going to be released with a Creative Commons license, allowing anyone to modify it however they wish for non-commercial purposes. Basically, I'm hoping people will take this and run with it, make up all different kinds of unusual equipment that no commercial manufacturers make. And I'm hoping they'll be out there sharing with everybody and improving it. So I'm hoping that we're going to do that. But right now, for the moment, I'm going to be releasing two versions. One is the whole coach, and then one is in two halves. And depending on your 3D printer, if you have one of the large format 3D printers, you can use the whole version. If not, you have to split it in two. So this is basically what the whole coach model looks like using the SketchUp software. There is a free version available. There's also some more pro versions. Basically, you can add those windows just by drawing rectangles, and you can use the push-pull feature to, punch out the windows. You can, the doors, whatever kind of door combinations you want, single vestibule, double vestibule. anything you want, but it's going to be a blank template. And then I'm also going to release the one that you're seeing here as well, so you can print it, play around with it, whatever you want to do. This is the male half of the coach. The reason it's called male is because this is where the pins that hold it into the other half. And so basically, if you're printing in two halves, you have to be able to snap it together. But this project is going to involve a newer version, which I'm going to get to in a few minutes here. And once again, the female half. So you just connect the two together, and then you have the coach. So here's the actual model. You can see the two halves, they're snapped together. And there's a close-up of how the two halves go together. And then another image of the two halves of the coach. So some additional information. Please visit Alchemist Railroad on YouTube to download the files. There's going to be a number of videos about this coming out soon with a few other things I'm working on. So hopefully you'll be getting some new videos and content there. One big change in version 2, we're going to be changing it from a snap together version to a slide together, where instead of having pieces that have to force fit, they're going to have pins that'll fit into a socket, and that will actually hold the two halves of the coach together. We're going to add a roof and truck bolsters. And just one thing for 3D printers, when you're printing something this large, you want to make sure in your settings you set your printer to use a raft, because if you don't use the raft, otherwise the model will warp. A raft is just basically a layer of plastic that the printer puts down just to keep the body from warping. And one other thing is supports are optional when you're printing the model. You don't have to put supports to make the model work, especially around the windows. And one of the reasons why printing software will put supports in is because of gravity. So if you have a window opening, you don't want the body to, or the 3D printing material rather, to sag down. But in this case, with this model, you didn't need the supports. But if you want to use them, you can. And those just snap right out. No problems getting rid of those. So for closing, I would just like to say that these ideas are out of the skunk works and have seen the light of day. So please go forward, use them, create, and share. Any questions? Pete, do we have any questions?
Yep, I'm sorry, I didn't have my mic turned on.
Oh,
We do have some questions.
okay.
Can you recommend a source for more Vallejo colors than what is offered in the Microlux line by Micromac?
Yes. Hobby Lobby sells them, and some video game stores actually sell them.
Okay, and I know from myself getting them that you can get them on eBay too. You can find some pretty good deals on eBay and Amazon for Vallejo. Have you tried scale coat paints?
Yes, I found it was way too thick, and it destroyed an airbrush.
Oh, well, that wasn't good.
I think you have to thin it with acetone, but it was so gooey, it was like glue.
Yeah.
So yeah, just the amount of work to try to get it to work, I didn't find it was worth it. I didn't really want to say what products failed the test, just out of courtesy, but yes, that did fail the test.
Okay. How about using windshield washer as a thinner? I know some people have tried that.
I've never tried it. The only thing I would be concerned about is that bluish tint, where alcohol is clear and the golden is like a white, like a very translucent white. So it really doesn't change the color. I don't know for sure what windshield washer would actually do to the color of the model.
Right. I know Model Railroad Hobbyist has a PDF file that you can download that is pretty good on using acrylics.
Yes.
What is the learning curve like on using SketchUp?
There's plenty of YouTube videos available, and for model railroaders with the template, you're only really drawing windows and doors. So you're really only drawing rectangles. So, and then the rectangles, you can type in the dimensions. Once you draw the rectangle, you can type right away and the dimensions will go in there. And it probably took me I would say maybe about 3 weeks or so to really get a good handle on it. But the good news is a lot of the work is already done with the template. So it's just taking whatever your design is and just drawing out the rectangles and using the it's either push me or push pull feature. I don't remember the exact term, but once you do that, you basically punch the windows out and you're done. Oh, one other comment on it. The other thing you can do is you can copy and paste. So if you draw out one window and you're using the same window 10 times over, you can just keep copying and pasting it. And that just takes a lot of the work right out of it. The windows I did on this one, I think I did them in blocks of 3.
Uh-huh. I know I've done a bit of drawing using CAD software, but I'm more used to doing it in the flat, well, kind of like the old, when I was in high school doing a what do they call that, an orthographic drawing.
Yeah, the AutoCAD. Yeah, that's actually much easier than AutoCAD.
Yeah.
Because part of the thing is you can see everything exactly where it is, and most of the shapes, you're just starting out with basic shapes. You're not really the lines. If you want things to snap together, you can do it that way. Or if something's going to be, free floating that you're going to eventually attach after the fact, you can work off site. So it gives you a lot of flexibility. It's a great program.
Uh-huh. And how hard is it to hide the seams on the coach model?
Okay, well, this one, the existing one, am I on camera?
Yeah,
Because I do have the model. Okay, the existing one, yeah, right now I would say you would need some putty on that to put it together. But version 2, you're going to be able to slide the pieces together. So, I mean, this really, if you can see here, it was flush. I just hadn't really had time to really file it down and trim it. But the new one, you're just going to be able to slide it together. So the seam is probably going to be, it's going to be a little, pretty much indistinguishable.
all right.
Yeah, you can actually see this one. Let's see if I can do it. Snaps into 2 pieces, but the new one's going to be much better with the sliding pins to hold it together. So that should be out probably within the next couple of weeks.
Uh-huh. What do you do for rivets in 3D printing and other similar details?
Okay, those you can just, in SketchUp, you can just draw those on. You can just draw a little circle, and then you can copy those on. It will get pretty detailed. For example, if you were doing like the marker lights in the coach, all you'd have to do is draw a circle and then use that punch out feature. So yeah, SketchUp will get fairly detailed for little details like that. I've printed just for my own layout some dumpsters and a swimming pool. Surprisingly, rather detailed models that you can add with that.
So now, if you put a dot, for instance, on the side of a car to be a rivet, you would have to give that some height as well as just the.
For that, it probably would just dot it right on there. You wouldn't really need a support for that, because something that's small, it's just going to roll over when it prints it. It's just going to kind of put a blob of, a little dab of material on that, and you should be able to get a rivet out of that.
Okay. All right. Okay, I don't see any other questions. All right. Well, thank you very much, John.
Okay, thank you. Once again, if you look at my YouTube, it's Alchemist Railroad, and a lot of this stuff will be coming out soon with a bunch of other things. So look forward to seeing everybody on the YouTube channel. Thank you.
Roger. Okay.
Okay, guys. It's great to join you for the last couple of days here, and while we've got a few minutes to spare, I'm going to just ask you a quick question about next year's convention and what's entailed there and what can people expect. So if you'd like to tell us all, and we'll go from there.
Well, we'll see what we can do. As you all know, this year the convention was not canceled, it was postponed due to COVID. It was a very difficult decision to make, as I'm sure you all can guess it was, but in the interest of safety and the COVID thing going on, plus the fact that we didn't think the state was going to allow us to have anywhere near enough people in the thing to make it worthwhile anyway, the decision did get made to postpone the convention. The hotel was very good to work with. They allowed us to move the whole thing forward, so all the pricing is going to be the same. The room rates will be the same. So all that work is all done. And then the rest of it we're going to be working on as we go. I have been in touch with the clinicians. Most of them were more than willing to stay with us for next year. In fact, after this convention, the virtual convention here gets done, we'll be starting to pick up on that again to confirm all of that. But so if you were looking at the clinic schedule for this year on millcity2020.org, that's probably going to be pretty much the same for next year. There may be one or two changes that have to be made because, in a year things can change for people, but I expect most of the clinicians to be the same. Layout tours probably will be pretty much the same. Layout tours and op sessions. Some of that is going to depend on what happens with COVID with regards to folks being comfortable being in a confined space of a layout doing operations, but we're hopeful that by the time next fall gets here, we'll have plenty of vaccine and we'll be able to move forward with that. So the rest of it, we have some tours lined up with the pack service that runs the mills in Lowell that ought to be pretty interesting. There's a couple of mills that we can tour. We have the canal system. Canal system is quite interesting. They have a canal boat ride that we can take advantage of. Just as a kind of a little offshoot of that, before I retired, I was a commuter rail engineer, and the commuter line going up to stop and think now. Where was I running to? Lowell.
You went to Lowell.
Lowell, yes. Coming back down when you're coming into Wilmington.
Very good. Yeah, how many years did you run that? Did you track that rail? Of course, you didn't have to worry about where you were. You run the track.
Yeah, right. I didn't have to worry about it. But the point I'm trying to make is we crossed over a couple of places where the canal actually ran parallel with the railroad. And in fact, some of the feeder streams would pass under the railroad and empty into the canal to keep the canal full. So that was pretty interesting when I saw that. But anyway, so we do have the National Park Service. There is a trolley ride there. We're expecting to be able to take advantage of that. So it looks like it'll be a pretty good convention, and it won't be much different from what we were planning on this year.
Yeah, and of course, from a registration standpoint, once we have pretty much confirmed all these great details, we'll get the registration form back up online. And for those that did not carry over the registration from 2020 to 2021, you'll have the opportunity to start registering. Again, on op sessions and so forth, they'll be signed by Al based upon your timeliness of registering. So hopefully we'll see all that come back and we'll be able to do it. And let's just keep our fingers crossed, as Pete said, that the COVID scenario is behind us. We've got the vaccines and things have opened up again and we can do things.
Yep, we also you also already have a website up for the convention. It's millcity21.org. There's not a lot of information out there yet because we've been concentrating on NERx. But I think once this is over with, once this convention's over with, there'll start to be more information on that website. So you might want to bookmark that website. Again, at millcity21.org.
Yeah, the convention, the millcity21.org site is up and running. But as Chuck just said, there's not an awful lot of information on there yet, just simply because we kind of put things on the back burner while we were handling NERx. So you can start looking to see some information show up on there, and probably by the first of the year, I would guess.
Yeah,
or shortly thereafter.
Yeah, and we'll post information out on Facebook too, as information is available too. So trying to get the information out there as many ways as we can, so that generate interest and hopefully see everybody there at the convention up there in Lowell.
Okay, Chuck, just while you plug in the Facebook, what is the Facebook page for you guys?
Oh, now you're putting me on the spot. Well, it'd be we'll put it onto the NMRA, the general NMRA Facebook group that we post to, but we also have a northeastern region. I just don't know it off the top of my head as to which one it is.
That's perfect. We'll throw it into the chat for the guys that they're interested in there, trying to keep up to date with the coming convention. So I'd just like to say thanks, guys, for the quick plug for the promotion of next year's convention, and it's been really great working with you so far. So we'll roll back to a few slides, and we'll get our next clinic ready and in here ready to go shortly.
Hey, thanks, Brad.
Thank you. Well, welcome back. Our next layout tour is an HO scale layout, the Stone Canyon Railroad. The layout is a single deck freelance design set in the 1950s, steam diesel transition era. The layout is 100% finished and has been hosting monthly operating sessions since 2013. And once again, we welcome Master Model Railroader John Faraka. Welcome, John.
Thank you, Peter. We'll do a slideshow presentation of my layout, the Stone Canyon Railroad. I'll do a quick description of what I built and what it does. So the Stone Canyon Railroad is a fully operational freelance single deck layout based in the Western US. Layout was built in various stages between 2004 and 2018 and is 100% finished. The time frame is 1950s, steam diesel transition era. UP and ATSF are the predominant roads. Overall layout size is 28 by 39 feet, including hidden staging. The main line is 400-foot double track, east and westbound closed loop. There's 120 feet of hidden staging. Total trackage, about 1,000 feet. Visible track code 83, hidden track code 100. Scenery ranges from small towns to rugged mountains. There's also a 12-foot long city scene, complete with full building and street lighting. Over 100 structures populate the layout, including plastic, wood, craftsman, plaster, scratch-built, and kit-bashed. Control is DCC using Digitrack's Super Cheap duplex radio. Operations include passenger, local freight, coal, and through freight. Switching opportunities include a coal mine, 35 industries, a large freight yard, lumber branch line, and a full-service steam diesel engine shops. The shops include a 130-foot turntable, 12-stall roundhouse, coal, water, sand, cinder pit, and diesel shop. Stone Canyon Railroad has been hosted over 80 operating sessions since 2013 and has participated in every Island Ops weekend since its inception in 2014. Here's a track plan. I'm going to go through this a little quickly because we only have about 15 minutes. This track plan I drew up in AutoCAD 2D back in 2003 and have been adding to it as I've added features. This is also a linear track plan that I drew up. Few overall shots of the layout. This is an overall photo of Flat Rock, Little Fork Peninsula. And this is an overall view of Red River on the right and Little Fork on the left. Partial view of the Stone City Engine Service Facility at the bottom, Little Fork and Flat Rock on the right side, Red River and Beaver Creek branch line in the distance. Overall view of Stone City Yard. Overall view of Stone City Yard and Rockwell Mine. The layout is fully skirted and has a light valance above that follows the contours of the benchwork. What I'm going to do is tour the layout from staging, and I created these little inserts or insets showing where the train is in the track plan. So the tour begins with PFE eastbound train TF20 headed by Union Pacific Big Boy number 4020. Here the train is leaving the 11-track hidden staging yard. TF20 leaving staging on the eastbound lead track. The staging yard can accommodate up to 200 freight cars. TF20 enters the eastbound main line track heading into the town of Flat Rock. TF20 passing through Flat Rock, the siding on the left supports 3 industries. Stone City Light and Power receives coal and supplies. This is on the north side of the main line. Flat Rock Millworks receives lumber and ships millwork products. This is one of my scratch-built structures that went towards my structures AP. Super Sweet Feeds is a craftsman kit from JL Innovations. This is also on that same eastbound siding. Ingle Paper receives pulpwood and chemical tanker cars. Baraka fuel in the foreground, switches fuel tankers and coal hoppers. Rounding the peninsula here, we have Little Fork Transload, and this moves goods throughout the layout to and from various industries. There's also a less than carload track and 2-track loading dock. Dwyer Manufacturing, located in Little Fork, ships manufactured metal goods and scrap metal. Little Fork Freight receives less than carload cars. Both the freight house and the water tank are Craftsman kits from Laser Art. Jacklet's Meat and the Stockyard. The stockyard receives cattle and feed. Jacklet's Meat Packaging ships meat products to various industries on the layout. Overall photo of the Flat Rock Little Fork Peninsula completed in 2014. This area supports 13 industries and sees a lot of action during operating sessions. And what I've done in this presentation is I've put in some construction photos of various areas just to show the early photos and the progress. So this is a photo from 2014 showing early construction of this peninsula. This peninsula was mainly built to support operations on the layout. And I built this in about 6 months, fairly easy build, no mountainous terrain to deal with, but a lot of structures. This is an overall photo of the Stone City Engine Service facility. This is a very busy area during op sessions. Stone City Heights can be seen in the background. I did a clinic on that earlier, on the build of that. And here's the train, which will be coming into the yard lead at this location. Here's an early construction photo of the engine service facility taken in 2005. A messy photo, I might add. This is a close-up of Stone City Heights. This scene's about 10 feet long by 1 foot deep and has building and street lighting. This sits above the engine service facility, overlooks it. Looking down the main drag in Stone City Heights. TF-20 on the Stone City Yard lead, Stone City Heights in the background. So here's the train coming into the yard from heading east. TF-20 on one of 2 arrival departure tracks. The yard also has 3 classification tracks and has about a 45 car capacity. Foreground buildings are part of Dwyerville, a small little switching area here with 3 industries. Stone City Station serves both east and west main lines. This is a Walthers City Station kit, and the background buildings are also from Walthers. TF-20 passing the east tower exiting Stone City Yard. This tower is also a Walthers kit. So coming out of Stone City Yard, there's a broad curve here before entering Ryan's Corner. So here you see TF-20 entering the town of Ryan's Corner. The rock strata in the background is all hand-carved plaster. Conifer trees are a mix of scratch-built and commercial. TF-20 is passing through Ryan's Corner. This town has 4 of my scratch-built structures here before entering Ryan's Corner. So here you see TF-20 entering the town of Ryan's Corner. The rock strata in the background is all hand-carved plaster. Okay. Got it. So this town has 4 of my scratch-built structures and has a total of 5 industries serviced by local freights and 2 sidings. Bob's Mercantile and Brody Manufacturing, both are scratch-built structures that went towards my structures AP certificate. I also modeled in an abandoned siding here. Always wanted to do that on the layout, and this scene kind of was a perfect area to model that. Sorry about the dogs. Not much I can do about it. So Stone Canyon, this is the signature. I'm sorry? Stone Canyon, this is the signature scene on the layout. This next slide will show a progression of the build of this scene. It was a fairly complex area to put together. You can see here in the lower left the beginnings of the terrain. I use cardboard strips mainly to create terrain. And here you see the progression. I use a lot of Sculptamold and plaster gauze to create the hard shell. And here's a scene a little bit further along with a lot of the rock coloring done. And TF20 is entering the town of Red River. The river is made from an Envirotex light with a top layer of gloss medium. Town of Red River. Red River has 3 industries that handle freight, Lane Feed, Stevens Grocery, and the REA building, as well as a downtown district. TF20 crossing Main Street. I made the road from 0.04-inch styrene sheet. Cracks and expansion joints were scribed in prior to painting with acrylics and weathering with pastels. TF20 crossing over onto the eastbound main line. This is about an 11-foot deep seam on the layout. And here's a series of progression photos of Red River, starting out in early 2004 with the bench work. Most of the layout is Alberta bench work, and you can see the backdrop going in. And then a progression of scenes with the river scene coming together, and then the final scene here in the lower right-hand corner. I also, this is the most recent addition to the layout. Beaver Creek lumber branch line was added in 2018. The lumber mill supplies lumber, pulpwood, and railroad ties to various industries on the mill. On the layout. And the layout, the mill in the background was scratch built. TF20 heading out of Red River up the 2% grade towards Rockwell Mine. TF20 exiting tunnel number 3 near Rockwell Mine, coming up to the highest point on the layout. TF20 passing the Rockwell Mine. The mine supplies coal to various industries across the layout. Mine has 3 tipple tracks and 1 holding track. The mine train swaps 16 empties for 16 loads during ops. TF20 exiting tunnel number 2 just east of the Rockwell Mine. The train will enter staging at this point, and that is the end of the tour. A little bit about operations. We began monthly operations in 2013 and hosted about 80 sessions, including all of the yearly Island Ops sessions. I belong to an operations group, Central Suffolk's Operations Group, that meets weekly and operates across 6 layouts in Suffolk County, New York. We use the car card and waybill system for freight forwarding. The layout can operate with between 5 and 10 people. Positions include dispatcher, yardmaster, motive power hostler, local and through freight crews, and passenger operation. We run anywhere between 12 and 16 trains in a 3-hour session. Most trains begin and end their run from staging. Several trains are made up in the Stone City Freight Yard. At any given time, there can be up to 3 local freights running along with passenger trains. Operations added the finishing touch to my layout. And that's it. Thank you for joining, and hope someday we can open up again and have some open houses and see some of the layouts around here on Long Island. Thank you.
Thank you, John. That's a beautiful layout. Hopefully someday I can get out to see it.
That would be great.
Yeah, I would love that. If you can, that's it. Okay, I saw that Erwin had popped in, but I don't see him over there now. Okay.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Hello again, we're back. Our next clinician has devoted his entire working life to international business in one form or another, financial and program management, sales, and marketing. He's a retired VP of a Fortune 100 company. He is also a retired U.S. Navy captain and commanding officer, having served primarily in the reserves. He models American and German HO and British 00. He has been active in the NMRA since moving home in 2005 after living and working in England for 5 years. And he has served in several capacities within the Hudson Berkshire Division and has been president since November of 2018. He is also on the board of the Northeastern region. He and his wife live in upstate New York. We welcome Erwin Nathanson. Erwin, you're on.
Okay, thank you, Peter, and thanks for everybody who's putting this on. I realize it's kind of late, and I'm the next to last presenter of the entire virtual convention, so I know I've got a tough act to follow. So we'll move forward, and hopefully I'll be right on time. And again, questions, please, put them on the chat room, and Peter will read them to me afterwards. So moving on, just putting Hamburg on the map. I think you all know where Germany is. Hamburg's way up north, and it's just a totally different environment from Bavaria way down in south, which I'm most familiar with. Just some interesting facts about Hamburg. I'm not going to read them all to you, but yes, that's where the name hamburger comes from. It used to be, many refer to Hamburg as the gateway to the world because it is a major, it is and has been a major port, ocean-going port. About 2 million people live in the area. Not on this list. They have several really neat model train stores there. And it has some tremendous gardens. It's just a beautiful place with lots to see. Now zooming in, Miniatur Wunderland is right downtown in Old Hamburg, in what used to be the port area. This isn't the day of break bulk cargo. All the shipping now is primarily containerized, and there is a major modern container port outside the city. So Miniatur Wonderland's in the old historic port area, which is primarily an entertainment and nightlife area now. Now, Miniatur Wonderland, no question, is the largest model railway in the world. It's the most famous, but just to put things in perspective, it is not the only large model railroad layout in Europe. Take a look at this map. They're all over the place. One in the UK, Germany, Switzerland, France, even the Czech Republic. This presentation will be on the NMRA webpage, and you can take a look at that link. It's really neat. It shows model railroad museums all around the world. Just some examples. There's another large one in Germany, in Frankfurt. That's 400 square meters of HO and a little bit of G scale. There's one in France that opened relatively recently, and I haven't been there yet. Pendant in the UK is very famous, not necessarily for its size, but for the beautiful modeling. And the centerpiece there is a very beautifully made viaduct that is to scale, and it's like about 20, 30 feet long, I forget. Just amazing modeling. And there's one being built right now in Toronto. Of course, we had the one in New York City, Gulliver's Gate, but sadly that closed. This clinic used to be 2 parts, in fact, where I covered Gulliver's Gate and Miniatur Wunderland and compared the two. But look at the size of Miniatur Wunderland compared to all the rest. It's 10,000 square meters, and that's in the current buildings. There's a bit of a spoiler, and we'll cover more of that later. So we're going to go on a quick overview video right now. But just a quick disclaimer. I normally link to a really good professional narrated video that's a YouTube video that's posted by Miniatur Wunderland. But because of copyright issues, we weren't allowed to show re-show YouTube videos on this live virtual convention. But if any of you are interested, just go to YouTube and type into the search bar Miniatur Wunderland, and you'll get tremendous videos to look like. So let's go look at what we have. These were made for me by Speed. I thank him very much. There's no narration, so I'll make the narration. You can get a general view here of the complexity of Miniatur Wunderland, the beautiful scenery. Here in Germany, you know, so much of Europe is electrified, and they've got catenaries all over the place that the electric locomotives can connect to with their pantographs. One thing that's interesting that you may note in this video is that Miniatur Wunderland doesn't pay a lot of attention to eras. You got steam trains running alongside modern ones. Now look at that gas station. Notice the car wash on the lower right. A car is being washed right now. Just some of the animation you'll see all over Miniatur Wunderland. Now we're in a relatively new section, which is Scandinavia. And this is a train running through very cold and snowy Kiruna, which is supposed to be way up north in Norway. And I've got some photographs of my own of this, and I'll give you an anecdote about when I visited this place myself and when I broke my ankle getting there a few years ago. That'll be an interesting little story. But again, take a look at the quality of the modeling. And there's another video next stitched to this that shows the same train, but from the cab perspective. And you'll get another idea of what the scenery is like and the level of detail. And very professional modeling. We'll let the trains go. You'll see a lot of mining trains in this section, Scandinavia. Scandinavia also has a fantastic area which is not snow covered, and it shows the fjord area and actual, I don't know how many gallons, but water comes in and water comes out. Tide comes in, tide comes out, and then scale HO passenger ships and cargo ships will come in once the tide is at flow and the water's high. Somebody will be controlling that model ship with a radio control. It's not on a track like at Disneyland. It's actually self-propelled. Here's a quick view of the command station. I don't know how many screens are there, but I think they have at least 6 people at the computer controls monitoring and controlling everything. And this is open to view. You can see it when you're touring the layout. You can see this area. Now here's that cab view of the train running through snow-covered Norway, way up inside the Arctic Circle. No snow in upstate New York yet, but I think it's going to look like this pretty soon. I think Boston's going to get the storm that we're not quite going to get this weekend, but who knows if the weather forecasts are going to be accurate or not. Usually, to me, they're not. We've only got about 45 seconds left, and we'll go back to the PowerPoint. And again, I thank Speed, and I think one of his relatives took these videos, and Speed stitched them together for me, so thanks again. All right, train company. Now, for those not familiar with the Fowler car system, you'll see these vehicles all over the layout. Essentially, there's a metal wire embedded down the middle of the road. The vehicles have lithium-ion powered batteries. There's a little metal foot underneath that follows the wires that embedded in the road. Fowler car system. We'll talk more about that when we see the video later about the airport. And that's it. Again, thank you, Speed. So back to the presentation. Just some interesting facts and figures. 45 different trains that go around constantly just cleaning the track. Probably now over 15,000 freight cars, 3,000 switches, 45 computers. Okay, 20 video screens. I didn't have that number in my head. There's over 300 full-time employees and 10,000 visitors a day. With all that there is to see and do in Hamburg, plenty of museums and parks and excursions to islands out in the Baltic, by far and away, Miniatur Wunderland is the #1 tourist attraction in Hamburg. So it's no question the largest model railway in the world, more than 250,000 figures. The construction time is way over the 760,000 hours now. About 45,000 feet of track Look at the number of trees and LEDs and planes. It's just amazing. It's on 3 floors of a 5-story building. And in Europe, the ground floor is not considered the floor 1. The first floor up, which we consider 2, is really number 1. So this is actually on floors 3, 4, and 5 of this building, and the 2 bottom floor, the 2 bottom floors are occupied by somebody else. The first level that you enter in is primarily the ticket counter, the gift shop, which is pretty extensive, the cafe, which is awesome, and some really neat dioramas that show Hamburg from prehistoric times, every couple hundred years up to modern times. Just beautiful modeling, but no trains. The actual layout comprises what they will call the 3rd and 4th floor, and everything is packed. So the first section that was built covered what they call Middle Germany, Knuffingen, which is the fictitious airport, and Austria. And just amazingly beautiful landscaping, a lot to see, a lot of animation. Again, I won't go through all these statistics. You can see the presentation once it's posted up, and I'm being aware of the time frames here and how late it is in the day. So this is what it looks like. The ICE stands for Intercity Express for the ICE trains. The bridge itself is to scale, and it's more than 30 feet long. It's just amazing. There's a fun fair that has all sorts of operating amusement park rides. For the most part, maybe 100%, these are Fowler kits. You can get them on Walthers, and they're all animated, and even the Ferris wheel, you can add a special LED light kit too. But by the time you pay for the light kit and they pay for the actual Ferris wheel, you're probably talking at least $500. So it's a really expensive model, but it's a not fully operating animated fun fair. Then you've got the airport, and we're going to have a whole separate video about the airport later. But Knuffingen is the name of this town, and they called the airport Knuffingen Airport. In Knuffingen, you've got a tremendous station. You saw some of that station in that video, and behind the station on the top of this jigsaw puzzle piece is a roundhouse. The roundhouse is maintaining steam era locomotives, and most of the trains going through the station are all modern. So like I said before, Miniatur Wunderland takes a lot of latitude with mixing eras, but everything seems to work. And then you have Austria here with a really large prison. You've got a really interesting funicular railway. I'll tell you more about that later. I've got a nice photograph of that one. And then the next section was Hamburg. And of all the Miniatur Wunderland, I would say Hamburg is probably the most prototypical. They really try to model Hamburg as it looks like today. Almost every other section, there's a lot of latitude, and I'll tell you some of the latitude when we cover the section on the United States. But as far as prototypical modeling goes, Hamburg is probably the most realistic. And as we go through this, if people would like, they can, in addition to submitting some questions via the chat function, they can also add some of the comments they've had, because I know a lot of you have probably been there, and you could add your own comments and maybe correct any errors I made or add some additional useful information. So here's what Hamburg looks like. There's a big station. There's an ICE train maintenance plant. You've got the actual old port area with the building in which Miniatur Wunderland resides. Again, very, very interesting. Again, beautiful scenery. Then the 5th section was America, and here maybe is the opposite from Hamburg in terms of prototypical latitude. This America section is very popular. Germans really like coming to the United States as tourists. It goes all the way from Key West through Miami, across the country, passing Mount Rushmore. The trains go through the Grand Canyon. I'm sure none of you knew that, but in Miniatur Wunderland, there were trains running through the Grand Canyon. And then finally, the journey ends in California. It also passes by Cape Canaveral. So it takes there's a lot of latitude here, but it's really kind of fun. Miniatur Wunderland overall is fun. And this is what it looks like from Cape Canaveral on our right, through the Grand Canyon, through past Mount Rushmore to the redwood trees of California. And then it finally ends at Yosemite National Park. I guess he didn't know either that trains ran through Yosemite. And the most recent section that I've been to was Scandinavia. There's been other sections added since. I was supposed to go back this past October. I had a 2-week business trip scheduled to go to Germany, and I was going to spend a week sightseeing, including a couple days in Hamburg. But of course, due to COVID, that got canceled. But this covers Denmark, Sweden, Norway, and Finland. The lights go down and you can see the northern lights at night. The water comes in and out, not simulated. Real water comes out, real water goes out, ships come in and out. It's just really phenomenal. And it was completed in 2005. And I have some photographs of that. And this is what it looks like. You'll see all the water features. To the bottom is what we saw in Speed's video of very snowy and cold Kiruna. And then Switzerland. I've seen Switzerland. The most amazing part of Switzerland is the Matterhorn, which is kind of to scale. It actually starts on it extends from the top floor down to the floor below. So if you're not taking the elevator and you're walking up from the 4th to the 5th floor, you're actually walking through the inside of this tremendous mountain. And again, I've got some neat photographs to show you, but this is what it looks like in the jigsaw puzzle version of what it looks like. There's a real neat animation for kids. It's a chocolate factory, and kids press a button and little candy bars come out. I think that's the only thing like it. What really hits people is the Matterhorn. It's so gigantic, and we'll look at some photographs of that. And if you go to the YouTube and look at the Miniatur Wonderland professional videos, you'll see the skiers coming down the mountain in Switzerland. And that's about 150. Okay, let's move to the airport in Bavaria. This is probably the most popular part of the whole Miniatur Wonderland because of the airport. So let's take a look at the video of the airport. And again, there's no professional narration, but we really appreciate Speed giving this to us. Otherwise, we'd have no videos at all. Normally, again, I show the one from YouTube. So let me lower this volume on this. So when you see the planes moving around, they're using the Fowler car system. This tractor that's going to tow this airplane here, the Japanese plane, it's going to be using the Fowler car system to tow the aircraft to the taxiway, to the runway. Well, okay, it's not towing, it's pulling away, but that's what it's using. And then you got trains going to the airport. Again, all the vehicles that you see moving, including the planes, are being pulled along by the Fowler car system. The Fowler car system has been around for a while. It's gotten a lot more sophisticated now with computerized stops at stoplights where traffic can go according to the lights. Miniatur Wonderland has taken this one step forward, where once the batteries on the vehicles are running low, they automatically take themselves off scene to a docking station where a computerized system will recharge them and then send them back out onto the layout. So now, following the Fowler car system, this airplane is heading out towards the runway. Now, unfortunately, when I previewed this video, I didn't see the planes really taking off and landing. I think Speed's relative who took this couldn't get close enough. You can see the crowds. Relatively speaking, this is a small crowd. I've been there before, and unless you go really late at night, which I did, or come really early, you can't get close enough to see things. That's how packed the crowds are. But anyway, I'll try to explain how the planes take off and land. Once the planes follow the Fowler car system and get to the runway, they actually are now disconnected from the Fowler car system. And there's a trench, if you will, or a gap all the way down the runway. It's only maybe a ½ inch or an inch wide, but it goes down the full length of the runway and the center of the runway. 2 plexiglass rods come up and connect in parallel. They're parallel. They connect to the bottom of the plane with magnets. And then they move along the runway, pulling the plane with them. And as they're going down the runway, they're being raised. So it gives the impression that the plane is not only moving forward, but also rising up in the sky. And when the planes get to that, you'll see on the right-hand side, there's like a bit of a cutout in the sky. The planes kind of like just go through there. It opens up, they go through, and now they've taken off and they're out of the area of the runway, out of the airport. And then the planes land basically the same way. They come in the other end, and as they're coming in, the plexiglass rods are pulling them along and dropping down until the plane is actually on the runway. And then the rods will disconnect. The plane will now follow the embedded wire in the airport ground, and will follow those wires back to a taxi, to a gate, or to a hangar. So again, amazing. The video doesn't show the terminals. You've got destination boards inside the terminals that are updating for arriving and departing flights. You've got hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, of people. I've got a couple still photographs to show you after, but again, this gives you some idea of what it's like. We only got a few more seconds. Let me speed up a little bit. I want to watch the time. See a bus coming with delivering passengers. The plane up on the upper right is heading towards the runway. Once it gets to the middle of the runway, it'll disconnect from the Fowler car system and be connected to those two clear plexiglass rods. And people can stand here for, I don't know, hours maybe. It's so fascinating. And there goes the plane right now going down the runway. I think that one landed. It's slowing down. You can see it on the right, to the right of that column. All right, so that's the airport. Very popular. So back to my PowerPoint. So this is what airport in Bavaria looks like. You can see how much space the airport takes up. But there's a few interesting things. There's a castle on the bottom left in Austria called Neuschwanstein. It actually is very famous because it's the castle upon which Disneyland's Fantasyland castle was modeled. It kind of looks like what a fairy tale version of a castle would look like. And then Italy was the most recent section fully completed. I have not seen it myself. I really wanted to see it this October, but it's got Rome, it's got Venice. I think the gondolas are bob up and down in the canal. I think there may be real water there too, but I'm not sure. Again, very big. It was finished in 2016. Now, these are the statistics when Miniatur Wonderland was supposed to be completed this year. Now, it may have been delayed somewhat because of COVID, but the statistics were going to be leased floor space, 10,000 square meters, of which the layout itself was 2,300 square meters. 12 different areas, 1,300 trains. You can see the statistics, almost 500,000 figures. And this is with Miniatur Wonderland running out of space. There's no more floors they can build onto. The tenants in the lower two floors, they're not going anywhere. So the future, there's two twin brothers who kind of run this as a hobby, but it's been a very profitable business, I think. So they're going to run out of space. The owners came up with a very out-of-the-box solution. Here's one of the owners, and across, there's a little canal where ships used to unload and load, and across the other side of the canal is another gigantic warehouse. And his brother is waving to us. They've leased out, I believe, that entire building, or bought it, I'm not sure. I was going to ask in October. They're going to build an aerial walkway connecting the two buildings, and visitors can go from one building to the other on that walkway. And I believe trains are going to also run through that walkway. So just amazing and not at all surprising for these guys. So what's the future going to be? They built that fun fair in 2019, so that's done already. The plans for the future: Monaco and Provence in France, then South America, and they've got a lot of latitude there, and they're planning up to 220 square meters. Then they're going to go down to the Caribbean, and they're planning up to 160 square meters. And then Asia, 150 square meters. And again, a lot of latitude in a lot of countries in Asia. And for those of you who saw Gulliver's Gate, they actually had some of that model there. So I don't think we'll see all, no matter how many times we go to Germany, we'll never see all of this. It'll always be built. It'll always be something new to see. So let's take a look at some of my photographs here. I'm, again, mindful of the time. These are all photographs I took on recent visits. I'll go through fairly quickly. All right, so here's the airport. One of the things we didn't see in the video was that an air show is going on at the same time. There's an old Constellation. There's a tri-motor plane. Kind of really neat, lots of people, a nice little historical air show going on. I believe this is in Austria. It's one of the castles there. Now look at the intricacy of the garden and the mazes that used to be very, very popular in 1700s and thereabouts over in Europe. This is the funicular in Switzerland. These are actually being pulled up on cables, and here's the passing track, and both trains pass at that location, and gravity is helping one of the trains go downhill, and the gravity is helping that pull up the other train. But yes, there are cables in these cable houses. Another view of Switzerland, just where you can see the quality of the modeling. And again, look at all the electrification, all the catenaries, which are to me, very challenging to model. Tending the sheep in Switzerland. One of the many stations. This by no means is by no means the largest. A lot of interesting little dioramas and scenes all over the place, like this car wreck. Here's the fun fair, and again, these are all, I believe they're all Fowler kits, so you can get them all at Walters, and they're illuminated and they're all animated. Really cool. Okay, this is, I believe this is back in Germany. You'll see the house on fire, and again, you can see all the Fowler car system fire engines. By the way, on a regular basis, the lights get dimmed, and it transitions from day to night, and all the lights come on, and then the computer controls the lights again transition from night to daylight again with different colored lights to really simulate the transition from dawn to dusk and vice versa. Again, whimsy. Here's a scene where you've got a crop machine chopping up on, I don't know what the proper agricultural terms are, but this machine is now picking up all the plants. And down in this little corner, you've got a couple making out on a blanket, thinking that they're nice and private, but in a few minutes, they're going to hear a roar of a machine coming towards them. So here's that couple that are enjoying a last few minutes of peace and quiet. This is Hamburg. This is the station in Hamburg. Again, I believe it's very prototypical. This is the building in which Miniatur Wunderland is currently housed. Again, it's what we would call, it's the top floor, the one down, and the next one down, not the first two floors. Here's the canal where I think tour boats still go, but where cargo ships used to load and unload. And whoever's taking this picture is probably standing, oh no, maybe I got it wrong. No, I've got it right. You see, I think here is where you have the warehouse where they're going to build across. It might be this one here. Again, I'm not sure. I wasn't there recently to confirm, but they're going to be connecting one warehouse with another one and then building from the top down. Again, here's the largest station. Again, here's what I told you. You've got modern trains coming in here, but you've got steam era ground house and maintenance shed behind it. Another shot of the station. I just thought it was just amazing how large and how detailed it was. It fascinated me. And a close-up of all the details, the phone booth, the train schedule board, advertising, people all over the place. This is I think most of the trains here are Markling or other makes, but they run on 3 rails. But you can't see the third rail because it's a very modern rendition where there are metal pins in the middle of each of the ties, and that's where the electric pickup is. This is an operating catenary maintenance machine. The platform rises and rotates. Digital control, extensive sound and light functions. The pantograph is mechanically operated and can be lowered and raised mechanically. I have one of these. I just am fascinated by what the Europeans have done with DCC. I think they're far and away ahead of us with the animation. Moving a little quickly, I'm looking at the time, 10 minutes left. Weeks. I want to leave some time for questions and answers. No, I got to go really quick. Here's Neuschwanstein Castle, a concert. I don't know how many hundreds, if not thousands of people are there. Here's the roundhouse I mentioned. We can see it's really 2 parts. Again, whimsy. You've got 2 fencers on top of this steam loco. Whimsy, things you don't expect. A small train. I'm going to go real quick now. A stadium. This is as big as it is. It's not actually to scale, but you've got 1,000 or more people. LEDs flash to simulate them taking photographs. Another major station. Here's Kiruna in Norway. No time for my anecdote. And when I was there, I went there skiing and broke my ankle to get there, off-piste from Sweden. Look at that detail. Here's the Sweden part of Scandinavia. Day and night views. Now we're in the port. You can see the scale size of these ship models. Notice the cargo in the hold. I'll zoom in on that. It's an ICE train. So that can help you put in perspective how large the ship model is. And it's floating on real water. A ship in dry dock floating in real water. A ship coming in, the tides, the tide is all the way in. There's plenty of water. Ship coming down the channel. Here's what it looks like with the tide going out. And the tide is out. I don't know if this vessel actually moves, but it's a rail ferry. There's a small steam locomotive that came in on by rail. It might operate. I've never seen it when I was there. More of Scandinavia. Neat application of a building wrapped around a pillar. This is inside of the Matterhorn. It's actually an amazing, a gigantic helix. There's the Matterhorn from the outside. Trains run all over the place. I think there's 5 levels here. Here's one of the ski resorts in Switzerland. Now we're in the United States. There's a Bud RDC taking off in Key West. Going through Miami, there's hotels along South Beach. Heading towards Las Vegas and Port Canaveral. You got the space shuttle taking off from Florida. Trains running through the Grand Canyon. This is really popular, very popular too. And then you see some of the famous casinos in Las Vegas. Trains running right downtown. Trains passing Mount Rushmore. Again, more whimsy. Notice the road vehicles, 2 steamrollers and 1 pulled by an elephant. Again, a lot of humor and whimsy. A scale wind turbine, gigantic. There's a really nice cafe on the first floor with I thought was very good food. And you're sitting in what's simulated to be the dining car of a passenger train. And if you go like I went for like 8 to 12 hours straight, you need a break. This is a good place. Here's a good view of that control room that we saw in the video. And again, you can chat with some of the operators. It's right out there in the open. And that's it for my photo tour. I'm almost out of time. Let me close this. And Peter, when I'm out of time, tell me. I've got just a few slides left. Some practical information about going. Again, you can see this online. Miniatur Wonderland is closed right now because of COVID, and I don't know when they're going to be reopening. It wasn't until my second visit that I realized how much Miniatur Wonderland influenced my modeling. If you want to go to the website here, when you look at this on the NER website, you can see my layout. It's about 25 feet by 18 feet. It's walk-in. I've got 3 countries. I've got Germany, the UK, and the United States. They're all separate but interconnected. Here's a quick view of my German layout. I've got a British blue Pullman visiting. Otherwise, all the trains and buildings on that you see right now are German, HO. You might recognize some of the buildings that I have that you'll see. They were also in Miniatur Wunderland. They don't necessarily scratch built or kit bash everything. Here's my German roundhouse with an Alpine village on top of it. House on fire, German farm. So I just gave you an idea of Germany. I've also got a 00 1:76 scale British layout and my HO scale American layout, which it kind of looks like to me Glens Falls in the 19 or 50s and 60s. So that's it. I think I've got 5 minutes. Peter, I turn it over to you now or what?
Yep. Thanks an awful lot. That was an excellent presentation of a fantastic layout. We have a few questions. How long does it take to see it all?
I think Speed said he was there 12 hours at a time. I think my record is about 10 hours. And then it's like going to any museum. You get burnout after a while. But I've been there 4 different days, probably 8 to 10 hours a day. And I don't think I've seen everything. Just a hint, though. It opens early in the morning and it stays open late at night. Go in the morning when it's not so crowded. You're going to get overwhelmed. Go somewhere else, do something else, come back, and then look at it for a few more hours at night, again, when the crowds are less. There are in and out privileges.
How many times have you been there?
4 times.
4? How many more times are you going to go?
Well, it depends on when this darn COVID is over, but I have to go back to Germany whenever the international travel restrictions are lifted. I'll probably like maybe once a year. I'll go to Germany on average once a year. I'm retired, but still doing some consulting, and it's for a German company.
I was taken by the snow. It looked awfully real. Do you have any idea how they made it?
No, well, I have an idea. Fowler, no, I think it's Knock. They make it's like static grass, but it's snow that you can apply. A bush may also, and maybe woodland scenics, but you can get scenic imitation snow that you can sprinkle on. You can glue it down and then sprinkle permanent, or just sprinkle it and keep it away from the trains so it doesn't foul up the gears, and then vacuum it up later. But I think the fake snow is fairly readily available now.
Yeah, I would think that theirs is probably fixed down pretty permanently because I'm sure they have to do a lot of cleaning on it. But
oh yeah, it is permanent where they are.
do you have a favorite part of the layout?
Right now, it's Scandinavia because of I'm a former Navy captain and merchant mariner, and I just love the ship models and how they interact with the trains and how the tide actually comes in and out. Just maybe that's my favorite.
Mm-hmm.
That and Hamburg.
With the layout being so large, if somebody was there with a limited amount of time, what is your advice on what not to miss?
Oh golly, let me think. Germany, Scandinavia, and I'd say the United States, just to get a view of how the Europeans think about us. I think it's fun. They think of it fondly, but it's fun to see how they've recreated the United States.
The airport. Certainly, that's an amazing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, and the airport.
Well, probably I think everybody figured that one, yeah. But it's just an amazing thing to watch. Do you know if those aircraft are commercial models or whether they were custom made or?
My guess is most of them are either custom made or kit bashed. Okay. I haven't seen too many models of so many different aircraft. I know Boeing and Airbus make models that are more for professionals that can be purchased. So maybe they started with those and then modified them.
I mean, I've seen model aircraft, but trying to find a model aircraft, and especially something like that that's an HO scale, Generally, they're going to be some kind of an oddball scale. So I was just kind of curious on that myself.
Yeah, my guess is primarily they made them themselves. But again, there are models available from Boeing itself and from Airbus. But again, it would be a stretch to assume that they're going to be very close to HO.
Now, you made a comment about how many people are in the control room. Do they tell you or say anything about how many people they have that are model makers working behind the scenes to do all this stuff?
There's about 300 people full time. And I'd say the majority of them are in model making, and only a few in the control room, and only a few, relative few in the actual maintenance. But there are behind the scenes tours available, and you have to book that online in advance. And all that information would be available then. The 4 times I've been there, I've never been able to have a firm schedule to know when I would be there, so I never really booked the behind the scenes tour, but I certainly would do it next time I come. Not working full time, I have more flexibility.
Yeah, isn't that great? That would lead into the next question. Is there anyone that can give a modeler's tour? I think you just answered that one.
Yes, there is. And there's a little extra charge for it.
Yeah. What is the approximate cost for the entrance fee? And can you buy a 2 or 3 day pass?
I think the answer is yes to the latter. And it's about $35. It's a bargain by American standards.
Yeah.
And there's a discount for seniors. There's one of the, let me see. Oh, I had an extra page. I don't know. Hold on. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Practical information. So the last I checked, adults were $18, and seniors were 16, and you can see the price for different age children.
Yeah,
again, very competitive.
Bargain compared to what we're paying for things like that around here.
Yeah, I think Gulliver's Gate was like $35. But to put that in perspective, that was very competitive with what similar venues were charging in New York City Times Square area.
Well, I think that does it for the questions. I thank you very much. That was a really good presentation. I enjoyed it, and I'm sure everybody else did too.
Okay, thanks everybody. So how do I log off? You'll just disconnect me?
Yeah, there's a little icon there that says leave. You can just click on that.
Okay, let me close my PowerPoint.
All right, that was quite a fascinating look at the layout over in Germany, the Miniatur Wunderland. Our next item up is a layout tour, and our last tour is from Jeff McCann, who resides in Gatineau, Quebec. Jeff is a well-known modeler in Z-scale circles. His Val East Central layout is an NMRA National Train Show Best in Show winner, and has been part of the permanent collection of the Canadian Railway Museum since 2004. Jeff is promising himself to complete his last 2 AP certificates for MMR, and the COVID confinement is a good excuse to make the sprint to the finish line. It's one way to keep you busy, isn't it? His HOE KSVB layout lives in his home office and provides an excuse to improvise and problem solve. His goals with this layout are to create a pleasing visual effect and to have highly reliable functionality. The very limited real estate available help to get the creative juices flowing. Every structure on the layout is a kit bash to make them fit, and all have interior lighting and details, as well as sound effects. The layout is 99.9% finished. There is still some weathering to be done on a few structures and some rolling stock. His choice of Bachmann Easy DCC was simply to have the most basic DCC system in terms of cost and complexity. For a mini or micro layout, the Bachman Equipment does the job. And in case you were wondering, he says that there are no plans to expand beyond the 2 suitcases. So, give you a little heads up on what's coming. Whenever you're ready, Brad. Well, excuse me. That brings us to the end of tonight's program, and actually to the end of NERx 2020. We all hope that you have all enjoyed the past 4 evenings as much as we've enjoyed bringing them to you. And now it is time for us to move on to the next event, Mill City 21. As we mentioned earlier, we have the same hotel in Westford and expect to have most of the same activities that we were planning for this year. The dates are October 8th to the 11th, 2021. It's actually, again, Columbus Day weekend, right in the middle of foliage season. So if you want to do a little leaf peeping as well, come on out. Keep your eyes on the new website, millcity21.org. As we mentioned earlier, there's not an awful lot on there yet, but probably after the first of the year, we'll start populating that with stuff from the convention. So keep your eye on that. I want to thank all the folks who helped make this a successful event, our whole team. We needed every one of them to bring this event together and bring it off. And also a big thanks to Gordy, Speed, Brad, and Martin. Without their help and expertise, we would not have been able to pull this off like we did. So a big thanks to you guys. Much appreciated. I had asked John if he wanted to finish off with some comments as president, but I think he was a little under the weather, so I guess he's not going to make it. But Chuck, Jerry, or any of you guys on the production team want to say any words before we leave them for the night?
Well, you probably should point out Martin sitting there with the big screen behind him there in the production studio.
Yep.
We've got our new studio up and running, so the painters have been in, much to someone's disgust. All they had was cheap orange paint, so it doesn't worry me, but it might affect some other people.
So while you're there, Martin, just quickly, do you want to grab the details off that whiteboard for our next couple of shows and how people can keep in touch with what's coming up from us?
Well, I can't do that, but you can.
Fair enough. Well, on the whiteboard, the 27th of December, we have another 6 hours worth of convention coming up. There'll be some great clinics, shows. You never know what could turn up with me and Martin involved, so there could be some live operations, some interviews from some Australian modelers. Also, New Year's Eve, New Year's Day for us guys over here that are ahead of everyone. We'll have your lotto numbers for you guys in the States if you're feeling like you need a bit of a win or something like that. And next year, we're always going to be improving and growing, so I know there's going to be some quiz shows and things like that. If you want to keep up to date, jump over to our YouTube channel, subscribe, hit the bell icon, you'll get notified for every live event that goes out, and jump over onto our Facebook page. We're always posting there of any events coming up, and you'll also be notified in the weeks before for what's going on. On behalf of our team, I'd just like to thank the NER guys. This has been a pleasure to do business with you guys. You've really put a great convention together and made our job extremely easy. And the clinics and the shows have been great. I've enjoyed it. I'm sure Speed pulled his hair out for the first 2 days. So thanks again, guys.
It's been a great experience for us, Brad. We've enjoyed working with you guys just as much. So we really appreciate all your help. I don't think we could have done it without you. So,
And we appreciate everybody who watched. It was great having you as an audience.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. So stay safe, everybody, and stay healthy above all.
Roger on that.
Righto, for now, we'll cut to some credits, and it's goodbye for now.
Goodbye for
Take
now.
care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Hang on, Martin, what's going on? Are we paying you too much on the team? Where are you on holidays at the moment?
Yeah, my new apartment. You like it? You
Well,
like the view?
where's the invite back over to us? So I'm glad you're spending our money really well, and all the viewers now can see what we're wasting our free time and money on. So back over to the credits, I guess.